Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, colleagues. Everyone alike in the room. How do we say in our political spaces? Protocol observe. We do have a lot of high-ranking members of the university here this morning, so we acknowledge and we value your time. I can see the DVC of Teaching and Learning here. I also saw the DVC of ETP, Prof. Andre Kiet, with us. We also have our colleagues from Colab, Dr. Nolitando, and her team, our Executive Dean of Science, our Deputy Dean, and all of our colleagues. We thank you for your time, for being here with us this morning. We will be steering this ship. Myself and Miss Debbie Dupree will be steering the ship. Our steward in the faculty for the recurriculation process. So I think, just colleagues, to start, we'll just welcome our Deputy Dean, Prof. Chintuk, forward to come and give a welcome and introduction. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Latola, and of course, Debbie, for this opportunity. Really, my task is pretty short. It is to tell us why we are here and to welcome the guests. So welcome to Nelson Mandela University, and specifically to our Faculty of Science, for colleagues who are online as well. Well, we're a faculty that aspires to be a transdisciplinary, engaged 21st century faculty of science, DVC, in the service of society. So we've got to see that lived as an experience by our students. So hence the theme that you have here, moving through the crossroads. I actually like this. This comes from my dean, who says that our faculty is at crossroads. So literally, this is one of the first steps to move through the crossroads. Also remembering what President Ramaphosa said at the opening of the new university, at the renaming action, when he was speaking to the university community. He talked of the things of who Mandela was, whether our students will go on to become unifiers, innovators, internationalists, whether they will have the skills, knowledge, and the consciousness to strive together to build such a society. So I think that is where we are as the Faculty of Science. We want to question that of ourselves and then start to move through that, and in a way to recalibrate where we are and take another step forward from there. Just for you to have a sense, of course, we've got a program, a very packed program. And thanks, of course, to the speakers. We have agreed to speak here, DVC. You are the first one up. So thanks for agreeing to that call. And of course, more than that, I must acknowledge you for supporting the project beyond Prof. Foxcroft. I know she's also here. We pitched this project to her before your time, and she was very supportive. And of course, my dean, I know that you will give this crowd something to think of in terms of where we want to be, this future that we imagine. It might be scary for some of us, but it is something we must live through. And of course, Prof. Grayson's talk, welcome, Prof. Grayson. It talks to the core of what we are doing here. So we are pretty much happy to have you here. And of course, then the tougher space. I know my DVC engagement and transformation is here, is going to start to lead us on how we can embed some of these things into our curriculum. Decolonization, engagement. As DAGT is also putting forward that we need to start to think of that with our undergraduates, that they need to engage with their fields of practice. So we have a huge task ahead of ourselves. So welcome, Prof. We're happy to have you here. And Prof. Hopper's online, of course. Thanks for joining us from Uganda. Beyond here, of course, we wish to do more work with you on Africanization, on how we can shift our curriculum forward in that space. So thank you for heeding the call to come and talk here, to give a short talk. I know that you deal with a process when you deal with Africanization. But thanks for agreeing to give us a little bit of a synopsis of the kind of work that you do around that space. Of course, Dr. Raban, we struggle to understand, first of all, what is humanizing pedagogy. So thank you for coming to share that with us. And then we see how we fit that into the curriculum. Megs, of course, you and I shared a stage in Stellenbosch in January. We're talking about a transformative topic, DVC, of diversity in the South African Chemical Institute. Yep, you know, chemistry professors are usually white males, right? So Megs curated that program and we shared the stage to discuss that topic. Yeah. Thanks, Megs, for coming through to talk on a different topic today. We also want to be a transdisciplinary faculty of science. And of course, Mike has to teach us a thing or two of how we measure things on the curriculum, you know, with cost tune, etc., etc. That will be interesting to learn about that. And of course, Mzi, we battle to, in fact, we've got our own faculty graduate attributes, which the dean would talk to. So we want to understand how do we embed those effectively in the program. So thank you for coming to speak with us about that. And of course, LT CoLab, Dr. Tony, and of course, we're going to be with you through and through, right to the end, until those last documents come through. So thank you for partnering with us and for coming to talk to us here. And of course, Linda as well, welcome. Quality goes hand in hand with what we do. So we appreciate having you here. Unfortunately, we will not have Prof. Bayaga. He's traveled, but we've got Prof. Rosalind Smith from Pretoria, University of Pretoria. Thank you for coming through to talk to us on the future of work. I had the opportunity to listen at the inauguration of the center. There were some speakers that gave very informative talks. In fact, I was almost scared of this future, where we saw from Cochrane a plant that produces product. There's nobody inside it. Yep. Their question was, how do we get these products to the customers? That's the question they were working on at the time. Wow. Thank you for coming through. And of course, online we have Mr. Esteves, who's going to talk about computational thinking, more in line with instruction. How do we embed all these issues that we talk about in terms of data science, etc., etc.? How do we get students thinking in that line of thinking? And of course, then we have departments which will be led by Prof. Campbell. So welcome, Prof. Campbell. And of course, Dr. Walton will drive the extended studies issues there. And then we've got the students. I don't know if some of them are online. Dr. Mlambo, Bashe from SAISA, Nyaweni from Postgrad Forum here at Mandela Science Postgrad Forum, and Maboza from the SRC, who questions whether we are ready as the science faculty. And then, of course, we've got faculties and entities that will engage. Just in 1 second, I just want to show you what our PQM looks like. Even though we're deactivating the certificate and some extended programs going with these diplomas, this generally is what we look like. We're a comprehensive university. But this is the only certificate we had, which is going away soon. And of course, on the BS side, this is what we look like as well in terms of the streams. We work with these streams. And of course, we do service all the faculties at Nelson Mandela University. This is what our BSc subjects look like currently. I say currently, I mean, whether we will look like this, we will see. So these are some of the things we're questioning here. Just take a few seconds to have a look. I don't want to repeat them again. Maybe I can just speak on assessments. I mean, 20 years ago, what we're discussing in assessments were basic issues of constructive alignment by peace. You know, how you do your assessments to meet Bloom's taxonomy for whatever. Those are basic issues. And we're debating issues of norm referencing versus criterion referencing. Those are the debates we're having. But now the debates are even going very fast with the generative AI tools. I know Prof. Grayson herself is seized with the same issue at Wits and other universities also, as to how do we bring critical literacy into that situation so that we allow the students to use AI. And of course, my dean's favorite one, our size and shape. What would we look like in this new, my dean? You know? And of course, you could look at this as a sub-theme of where we are, you know? That a ship docked in the harbor can never face a storm. So it is time to face the storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank for provoking us this morning and setting the tone. I will be calling up our first speaker this morning in the session titled Strategic Directions on Learning and Teaching. We have our DVC of Teaching and Learning who will be talking or discussing with us this morning on Nelson Mandela University's strategies as they relate to teaching and learning. DVC.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our guest this morning, Professor Hoppers. I'm so excited to see you and looking forward to listening to you. Professor Diane Grayson, also looking forward to what you have to share with us. It's been a while since we've met. To our, Cheryl? To our former DVC, and she knows why I'm saying that, to our former DVC Learning and Teaching. A good morning to everyone. Morning to the Dean and the Deputy Dean, colleagues, directors of school, HODs who are here, the LT CoLab, that's also here. Mine is really a boring kind of responsibility because I just have to rehash what we stand for in our learning and teaching. Learning and teaching, Nehemiah, not teaching and learning, but it's okay. So do I just press enter or down? Eh? Okay. So I would like to start with, you know, our learning and teaching vision as the university. Ultimately, this is what we want to have. And the Faculty of Science or any other faculty needs to align themselves with this. And I was so excited to see that the Faculty of Science has a vision and mission, and it's really aligned to what we would like to see as a university. So thank you for having done that work. Learning and teaching mission also, you know, to provide a diverse range of life-changing learning experiences. And you need to ask yourself, when we say life-changing learning experiences, are we really doing that in the Faculty of Science? And I think our discussions this morning or today are going to tell us, you know, whether we are on the right track. And I know that we are in the crossroad, as Windini is saying. But I am going to elaborate more on this. I'm not going to read it out, but I just wanted us to see that it is student-centric, innovative, African-purposed, and sustainable, Zeni. So in 2020, we worked on Vision 2030, humanizing student-centric learning and teaching framework. We were on Missionville campus, and some of you might have been there because Cheryl invited all the deans, deputy deans, HODs, directors of school. If you've forgotten, I'm reminding you. So we worked on different aspects, and I was very happy, Zeni, that you've shown us your PQM. So the question that we need to ask, is our PQM attractive? And how does it engage, you know, our students, the community at large? I know DVC ETP will be talking around those issues of being in service to society and decolonialization. The second one, a responsive blended mix of face-to-face and online learning and teaching. And we, at the time, we did not know, because it was in January 2020. We were not as aware about how we would be pushed into online learning and teaching, because we just had come out of a fees must fall movement that forced us to rethink learning and teaching and how we deliver it. And then we went back and relaxed. And then COVID-19 came and, thrust us right in there to rethink our learning and teaching. Characteristic 3, humanizing educational philosophy and praxis, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And I know there's a lot of people who are schooled in that. Mr. Rabani is going to also talk about that. Innovative and socially just assessment. And here I don't have a slide about that, but Zeni, I really want us to think about how does a socially just assessment practice look like? And what does it mean? So it's important for us to understand that. Number 5, supportive learning environment. Number 6, promoting quality excellence and academic integrity. And then what I think is also important is the investment in staff, because that is important. And I know that DVC, ETP, we're working on an institutional culture, but we're also thinking about what would be the staff attributes that we look at. And I know, Mzwakhe, you'll be talking about graduate attributes, but who should be, delivering, that, and encouraging and adjusting and doing all of that. And as we say in our framework of a humanizing pedagogy, the who is at the center. And that who is not only the student, it is also the lecturer, in that pedagogical encounter. So that's the framework that we are using to say the learning process, is in the center, but who is our student? Who is the lecturer who's delivering or engaging in that learning process? And what kind of knowledge, and I'm sure you're going to be talking about that today, what kind of methods and pedagogies, and what other pedagogies are related to a humanizing pedagogy. And you might have heard us talking about a pedagogy of care, last year. But there's so many pedagogies. Pedagogy of discomfort. When you start with a humanizing pedagogy, we are first and foremost, okay. We are first and foremost human beings, and how do we relate to each other? And as we are first and foremost human beings, we then, I lost my thought now because of that, sorry. But then how do we then assess in a humanizing way? And at times, I know people think that when we say we need to humanize, it means that we need to bend over backwards. And I receive these emails, and some of you are here, when you are really sick and tired of things, and so you send an email. But it doesn't mean that. And I want us to really sit down and discuss and have a proper discussion. When we talk about a socially just assessment practice, what is it that we're talking about? And that is important. And maybe some of you are saying, yes, you keep on saying that. Please tell us what it is. And that's how students are always like. All right, so the principles of student-centeredness, I thought I must just put this. So when we say we are student-centered, we humanize, but there's critical consciousness in there. Because if you follow a humanizing pedagogy, it comes from critical pedagogy. And therefore, you need to have critical consciousness that you develop in your students. They're not taking things at face value. We're going to be talking about AI just now. How do we then, with ChatGPT, develop our students thinking critically so that they can critically engage with the content and not just take it at face value. So we need to teach in that way, cognitive justice in terms of what we teach and the languages that we use in the classroom. Because you know that not many of our students are first our mother tongue speakers of English, but there's another language, which is the academic language, the grammar of the discipline that, you know, students need to understand. So how do you allow for students to understand what you are dealing with in the classroom? I always make this example when we, and it's about Nolutando, when we first came in the 90s at UPE, and you had lecturers who would make examples, you know, trying to, you know, in teacher education, we say making learning a meaningful experience. And really in their effort, they were trying to make learning a meaningful experience, but only for a few, and not understanding the context and the diversity of the student population. And so they would make examples about movies. I'm from Graaff-Reinet. There's no movie theater. And so this particular movie, and I did not grow up going to movies. So when they make that example, I'm lost. And then they go on, you know, with that. And you can see some of the, you know, students are following what the lecturer is saying. So that's what we're talking about as well. When you try to make those examples, you need to also understand who your student is. And then we talk about dialogue and student voice. I'm not seeing students here. Was it only postgraduate students who are here, undergraduate students, some of them here? But I think it's important to have that student voice, because those are the students who are at the receiving end of what we are delivering. Not that they're going to be crafting it, but they sensitize you on what issues you need to be aware of as you pedagogically engage them in the classroom. And somehow they also indicate to you the forms of knowledge and how they get to understand. Hence, we talk about epistemological access, because it means that you give access in how others, I don't know others, but how other people come to know and come to understand. Okay, I'm coming on, and I'm gonna go to student support. Mine is very short, Zeni. Thinking about how do we transition in the faculty of science, how do we transition students from first year to final year? Because most of the time we only concentrate on the first year. And then when they come in the second year, we forget about them. But how do we consistently transition our students until they graduate by giving them all of the support and developmental opportunities that they need? Extend structured orientation throughout the year, okay. Strengthen digital orientation of first year and senior students. At Senate the other day, I was asked, but it was a question on assessment. How do you prepare students who have never been on campus, who have never sat for an exam at a university? How do you then prepare your students? Because we take it for granted that they know. They know, they sat for grade 12. It's not the same. But then how do we do that? And I always make this example about Dr. McFarlane, who taught us cooperative learning, which is group work in layman terms. And in that, he always said that it is important that you teach students the skills, excuse me, that they need for group work. Because we assume that if we give them an assignment and we say work in groups of 5 and come back, you know, with a project, but you have never taught them how to work in a group. So it is also a skill that you can teach your students. And this is one is it's important. Extend multilingual tutoring in different faculties. We really need to encourage that. As I said earlier on, when we talk about cognitive justice, we need to understand that our students are coming in with multiple languages from where they come from, and how do we meet them halfway so that they can understand. Over and above just the language that is spoken, I also spoke about the grammar of the discipline. How do we make sure that our students at least get that kind of support? Expand academic advising alongside success coaching, anytime and anywhere learning, and that is something that we are faced with, and we need to be prepared for that. But we can't do this in a vacuum. We need to have integrated, agile, and transversal approach for student success, and all of our systems, processes, policies, and places and spaces also need to be integrated. So we need to think holistically about the learning experience that we're talking about if we're saying we are to liberate the potential of our students. So all of these, and as we look at that, because as these always agitates about this, that the systems really need to be speaking to each other, and the places and spaces need to be repeated so that they can encourage our students to succeed. These are the questions that you'll be asking today, Zeni, and I think I've seen some of the things that we're talking about in terms of the curriculum, and Mzwake, you're talking about how we align that to graduate attributes and the vision and the mission. So you need to see that golden thread moving along. Really, do we prepare our students to meet the socioeconomic changes that are taking place? Addressing the new knowledge and skills required, rapid changes in technology, professional regulatory bodies, don't know whether you have, maybe you don't have, feedback from stakeholders, and stakeholders also mean your students, and it also mean your alumni. So it's important to ask those questions, because I know there are some faculties who have a community of practice with their alumni, because you get nice feedback from your students who've been here, who are now working, who are seeing the gaps. Not that we will have a perfect fit for work, because we're not only preparing students for work, we're preparing them for life. Oh, yeah, sure. Yes, we're preparing them for life. And so how do we do that? And when they come back, they will tell you about the skills that you gave them for them to, succeed in life, not just in the world of work. So we will be talking today about cross-cutting themes. I'm talking about that, the Africa purpose, globally relevant, technology as an aid, human at the center, digital ethics, student voice, experiential learning or internship, service learning, in service to society. So what does that mean in science? Because it means something different in humanities. So what does it mean in science? And you need to make that meaning. But you can never be in service to society. You can never encourage your students to be in service to society if you yourself are not in service to society. So how are you going to encourage? You say, just go out there, do outreach. It's not just outreach, it's engagement. And you need to deeply involve yourself in that. So how in your discipline are you in service to society? So it's important for us to also do that. And these are my last thoughts. As a learning and teaching portfolio, we need to analyze the CHE audit recommendations, which are not out yet. So we're still waiting for CHE. And I spoke about an integrated system to support students and trace their academic performance. We know that we've got radar. And I was saying to the deans last week that we need to see how, as faculties, we adopt that system so that we are able to trace our students. How else do we make ourselves relevant to the globe and our country? We talk about lifelong learning and the adult market. What is it that we're offering in terms of short learning programs, stackable online modules? I was talking to a colleague just now, summer schools or spring school or winter school, all of those. Something that we're really working on is the agility of our system when students only have one module or two modules or three modules. And we know that beginning of the year, we had some of those students who could not afford to come to campus because they have less than 60 credits or 60 credits and less. Therefore, they don't have money for accommodation. How do we make sure that those students also get to complete their studies? Do they have to be here physically? And that's something that we need to engage in as academics to make sure that we come up with a plan of how to move things forward. We are busy with the language policy review. It needs to be finalized. Yo, it's been a long time. I just have to say yo. Because that policy is really going to help us in these multilingual pedagogies that we would like to use. And I know that there's someone who's going to be talking about transdisciplinary offerings, and that is also important that our system allows it. I was also talking to the deans last week, and we are very excited that we would like to have a qualification, not just your four Zeni majors that you have in that BSc, but also to make sure that students are able to choose a module in humanities, in education, in law, for them to be able to do that. And some of there's a artificial belief created that you can do that, because I know of a student who was doing a BSc in the four major thing and tried to take law. It was fine and it fitted in her curriculum program timetable. There was no clash, but was told you need to deregister. So we need to allow the system for our students to do that. Can you imagine a student who's coming out with a STEAM kind of qualification, where they have the knowledge of how to deal with human beings or to be creative for that matter? SOTL, that's my last one, this scholarship of learning and teaching, of teaching and learning. Really, we would like to see academics to be scholarly in their reflection. And I know not all academics are going to be scholarly in their reflection, but they'll do, you know, good teaching or excellent teaching. That's what we want. But the scholarship of teaching and learning goes beyond excellence in teaching or good teaching. So it's important for us to also create those opportunities where people are able to reflect on their practice. Because I really believe if you reflect, you stand back and say, okay, I see these students are all failing this module. They cannot all be stupid. There must be something in what I'm doing or what they are doing that's not working. So let me reflect and let's sit down. What is the issue here? So then you engage, you know, at a deeper level with what you are doing. And so we are in Education 5.0, problem solving, innovation, and creation. And I hope people who are going to be talking about AI this today are also going to talk about how we need to rethink the assessment for us to be able to push our students to get to that level of creativity and application. Because at times we just end there, and I know you've got this as a booklet. I hope you give it to every staff member, academic, because most of the time we remember, we understand, we apply, and we think, okay, that's it. But we need to push our students to that level of evaluating, because we're saying ChatGPT is here. How do you evaluate that the information that you have in front of you really is critical, and how is it going to help you? So we need to be pushing our students more to be critical thinkers. So I think that's it for me. Thank you so much, Sesmo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DVC of Learning and Teaching. I just want to reiterate that I was a student, a part of those conversations when that change happened. So I'm hitting myself over the head. We are going to ask for our next speaker. We are calling on our Dean of the Faculty of Science, Prof. Murunga, to come and speak to us on our Faculty of Science strategy as it relates to teaching, to learning and teaching. This is going to be my albatross this morning, colleagues.
Good morning and good day to everyone online. So I've been asked to only speak and focus on learning and teaching. That's why it's an abridged strategy. And already our mantra, which is discovering, educating, and engaging to change the world. It was coined during our strategic planning. And the then previous DVC said, why didn't you put education first? Because she was DVC LNT. We said kids and students have to discover and then we educate. We first discover, we come and we said, let's put and package into an education. But when they come here, we said, no, you first have to be educated, then you will discover. So we need to have these students discovering things for themselves and by themselves. Then we will not have problems with ChatGPT. Mine really is to really, again, rehashing through our Faculty of Science, L&T. And I will invite you to really go and indulge the document, which is our Faculty of Science supplement on shaping the future of science for society. And today's process and tomorrow's process also, it's doing just that. It's part of shaping the science for society. So outside you have hard copies of this supplement where you can learn more about what is it that we want to do in terms of science for society. So one of the program directors, Dr. Latola, was part of the journey for the science strategy. And we documented our journey, which started about 3 years ago. It took about 1.5 years co-creating our own strategy for the Faculty of Science. And that journey hasn't ended. The symposium, it's part of starting to unpack and starting to implement the strategy, as you will see, that what we're doing here today, it's not an ad hoc, it's not by coincidence, it's designed in our strategy. And our strategy, Dr. Mueng says, thou shall recalculate. And we have to, that's why we are here today. Everything we do by our own strategy that we made. We cannot have a document that is just gathering dust. We need to, as Prof. Chentu said, we need to live by what we preach. So our strategic priorities are 6: learning and teaching at the top, followed by research, training, and innovation, engagement and partnerships. Those are what we call our core focus areas. And then we have support. Resource stewardship is another strategic priority. We also speak about transformative structures, systems, and processes. And of course, we talk about people's well-being also. So those are our strategic focus areas. And today I'm going to focus on just one of them. And it's difficult to single out one, because when we co-create our strategy, we said we should destroy the silos, where you focus on research, that side, you focus on learning, teaching, and engagement as separate entities. We said they are entangled. And therefore, but today I will just zoom in the learning and teaching. So Prof. Chentu already spoke about our vision and our mission. We debate strongly on what our vision should be, and there are key words that comes out. So originally, the strong position was we want to be a world-class Faculty of Science. Yep. That everybody agrees. But in order to align with the institution, we have to say, in order to be a world class, perhaps we need to engage more. Yeah. And perhaps we need to go beyond the Faculty of Science, hence engagement and transdisciplinary. But also, Dr. Moeng has been speaking about Africa focused, Africa purpose. So we said we need to be recognized as an African Faculty of Science. But we needed to have a purpose, and that is to respond to socio-economic and environmental challenges in our society. We didn't want to just stop on socio-economic, given that we are a Faculty of Science that's very much aware of the dangers to our planet. We have to really make sure that at this institution, we lead by an example and making sure that environmental issues are at the forefront. And hence, our vision is speaking to that. In terms of our mission, which we need to check through our processes of recalculation, a diverse range of life-changing, pure and applied sciences. We wanted to focus on pure, which is really just philosophy, but also the applied sciences, the innovation, because that will speak immediately to what is this science good for. And that is science for society. And it's very important to also recognize that we have a diverse range as a comprehensive a university. Whether our curriculum will reflect that, we will have to unpack. So this slide in ones, it's what we call the core ideology of the Faculty of Science. It then also infused the values of the institution. And of course, also there are values that are very dear to the Faculty of Science. One of them being safety and wellness, especially being a faculty that is lab intensive. Our students has to know about safety and well-being, of course, of their colleagues and themselves as well. And environmental stewardship is very central to us in terms of our values. The brand promise, as I've already alluded to, it's educating and engaging to change the world, of course, starting with the discovery. Prof. Chentu was talking about diversity and inclusion. It's our philosophy and principle, how we operate. And we have chosen strength in diversity, equity, and inclusion in science. And which means when we say that is a philosophy and principle, it means the way we live has to show through the strength in diversity, equity, and inclusion in sciences. It speaks also the diversity in our curriculum. It's not the diversity as just one dimension of demographics. It talks about other knowledges that are going to be included in the curriculum as well. So when you unpack the core ideology, it is through processes like recalculation where we need to see that our core focus is indeed lived through the curriculum. So we have always said that our curriculum has to be driven by what is on the ceiling. And what is on the ceiling is our graduate attributes and our staff attributes. So our curriculum should always speak to these graduate attributes, because we said, how will somebody distinguish and identify a graduate from Mandela University? And we said, these are our graduate attributes. And we have very much focused on the in-depth disciplinary knowledge that our students should have in order to meaningfully contribute to transdisciplinary application of the knowledge that they have. So will our curriculum reflect that? How does our curriculum therefore also have to align to the in-depth transdisciplinary knowledge as a foundation for performing and pursuing transdisciplinary knowledge? Literacy and numeracy, we will have to see that the curriculum does respond to abstract thinking skills. How will our curriculum reflect on these graduate attributes that we are saying our students should have? So this document is in our faculty's strategy, and you are welcome to look at it as you discuss over the next 2 days. We also have our staff attributes. Who is going to teach this recalculated curriculum? Because you cannot just have anybody come and teach a new curriculum, which means all our current staff, they will need to adapt because they are co-creating. But whoever is a future staff, you need to let them know about the curriculum so that they have to agree before they come and join you that yes, we agree to your values and we agree to the way you have recalculated. As I've said, we have 6 strategic priorities. For learning and teaching, it says by 2030, we aim to achieve the following: to be learning and teaching from a 21st century Africa purpose science curriculum that responds to socioeconomic and environmental challenges. We were thinking in 2030, when people look at us by 2030, this should have been achieved. The journey that we are embarking on, it's not a journey of 2 days, it's a journey of 3 years. The deputy dean, when he was appointed to lead this during his tenure of 3 years. So he has to hand to us, to the faculty, to say the past 3 years, this has been achieved. We have recalculated. So DVC, learning and teaching, when we appoint deputy deans, they have a specific task that they have to deliver in 3 years. It's no longer a generic deputy dean just deputizing. You have the KPA that during your tenure, this is what you have to deliver. And exactly what he has started today. That's why he's driving this program, so that colleagues who are here, you are here to assist him, to assist the faculty and the institution. So we hope by 2030, but my wish is that we need to arrive to 2030 before 2030 arrive. That will be my wish, not to wait for 2030, but to arrive before 2030. And this is part of that process. Just to unpack a little bit deeper in terms of the learning and teaching, we have strategic goals that we have set starting 3 years ago already. Strategic goal number 1, it's mainly centered about today. It says the faculty will need to renew its curriculum. It will need to expand, renew, and Africanize the curriculum to make it relevant and responsive. This is just strategic goal number 1 today and tomorrow. That you are actually assisting us to unpack, because each and every goal has to be unpacked. By 2030, even in the next 3 years, we are going to review our strategy, because it's mid-term review of our strategy to see how far are we with strategic goal number 1, and we have already started. But also alongside, while you are actually recalculating, we need to understand our students, and which will inform our recalculation as well. Yep. We wanted to create an environment in which the students and the staff will succeed. So succeed here does not mean pass rate. It means if the curriculum produces graduates who are going to sit at home and become the stats, to say we have got 600,000 graduates who don't have employment. We did not succeed in making sure that our students succeed out there. So which means if they are not succeeding, it's because of our curriculum. We wanted to embed and use technology as well. So way before COVID-19 hit, we were already thinking about embedding technology in our curriculum, going fully into the blended L&T already. The scholarship of learning and teaching. We wanted to also encourage our academics to be involved in the scholarship of L&T, which include science education, research, and engagement together. Yeah. And we wanted to promote and protect the basic sciences. This is very, very, very important, given what is happening in the basic education, that most students are no longer going for mathematics, let alone math literacy. And if we do not protect and promote the basic sciences, the basic education will die. But if we do this, we will save our own basic education in schools if we promote and protect the basic sciences as well. So, and out of the strategy came the structure. This structure came out of our strategy. We're looking at where we started to have academic clusters. And out of these academic clusters, a curriculum and various streams will emerge that will be speaking across all these academic clusters that you have. And the academic clusters already are pointing to the direction of transdisciplinarity. If you look at the last column of the streams, this is where new ideas will be accommodated. There will be ideas even including ideas within the curriculum, where you will say, but it doesn't fit in that academic cluster of LIAS or physical sciences or mathematical sciences. We have created the X stream, where matters of transdisciplinarity in curriculum will be shaped that are cutting across all the departments and all the streams, and even into other faculties. And that's when we start to embrace issues of transdisciplinarity in our curriculum. We will have to respond to the so what question. Why are you doing this? It boils down to what we aim to change by recalculation. So we need to answer that question. What do we aim to change through the recalculation process? Our journey in terms of strategy has not ended. The next phase of our strategy is to unpack all those strategic goals and put them into activities, outputs, and outcomes. And that's where we are heading. And with these few words in terms of our strategy of learning and teaching, I wish everybody a successful two-day symposium. And thanks to the organizers and the program directors for giving me this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think, colleagues, we are going to move on to a online offering that we have. We have, as was stated in the program, Professor Diane Grayson joining us. She's the Senior Director of Academic Affairs at Wits University, and she will be sharing her presentation with us through the online platform.
So good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you. And I wanted to applaud really everything I'm hearing. I've always been extremely impressed with Nelson Mandela's vision for learning and teaching for a long time. And I am continuing to be very impressed. And when you hear my presentation, you'll think that maybe I heard the previous two presentations first, but I didn't. It just shows that we're all on the same page, which is fantastic. So thank you for this opportunity and really well done for the fantastic work that you're doing. So I'm going to talk a little bit about designing curriculum for 21st century graduates. And I want to begin, and this picks up directly on what Professor Morongo was saying. we have to be embedded in a context, most certainly in a local context, but also in a global context. So if we look at the world we live in, it's messy. It's really messy. You know, we've got terrible effects due to climate change, human-induced greed, selfishness, sometimes ignorance, but a lot of greed and selfishness. It's causing destruction of habitat, destruction of diversity of living species, plastic pollution, and this terrible, terrible divide between the ultra rich and the poor. We have fake news and the rejection of reason. And this is an interesting quote from 1996. Physicists will know David Bohm, very famous physicist. And he said in 1996, in spite of this worldwide system of linkages, there is at this very moment the general feeling that communication is breaking down everywhere on an unparalleled scale. What appears in the media is generally at best a collection of trivial and almost unrelated fragments, while at worst, it can often be a really harmful source of confusion and misinformation. And we know that misinformation and worse still, disinformation is actually growing. We talk about echo chambers on social media and the incredibly destructive effects that they can have. Anti-science. So this is from an article in 2021. Anti-science has emerged as a dominant and highly lethal force, and one that threatens global security as much as do terrorism and nuclear proliferation. Anti-science is the rejection of mainstream scientific views and methods, or their replacement with unproven or deliberately misleading theories, often for nefarious and political gains. It targets prominent scientists and attempts to discredit them. And we saw terrible, terrible consequences of anti-science during the COVID-19 pandemic, when people were spreading all kinds of just incorrect, blatantly wrong information about vaccines and how they work. Then artificial intelligence, and there's been several references already this morning to artificial intelligence. So we've had artificial intelligence in our lives for a long time, some of it fairly low key, like predictive text when you're trying to type a message on your phone, or in MS Word on our cell phones. Predictive analytics, this drives me crazy in Netflix, where you watch one movie about a child with a single parent, and then it recommends another 1,000 movies on a child about a child with a single parent, and it's really difficult to see anything different. Now we've got the large language models, and ChatGPT has been mentioned. There's Bard, there are others. These have been around for a few years, but suddenly they hit the news because in November last year, OpenAI, who are the makers of ChatGPT, released it for free. And so suddenly there are millions of people using ChatGPT. And there are image generation models as well, like DALL-E. And all of those have potentially good uses. They can certainly speed up our work if we're trying to get ideas, but they can be used for ill as well. So we know that there are students who are using it for good, to helping them organize their work, helping them to get ideas. There are some, unfortunately, who are also trying to submit the work generated by GPT as their own. But that is, I think, as much a matter of the kind of assessment questions we're asking as of some of the students taking a chance. And I certainly want to be clear that it's not the majority of students that are doing this by any means. But if we have an assignment that can be answered solely by ChatGPT to a high standard, there's something wrong with our assignment. But then there are some bad uses, some misuses of AI, deep fakes. So you may have seen videos that are just completely made up by scraping images from the web, and people's voices even, as well as video images. Profiling. So one of the dangers of some of these models, and certainly ChatGPT has this danger, is profiling that can entrench stereotypes and exacerbate inequities. If you haven't seen it, there is a very interesting documentary by a PhD woman who is a student at MIT, and it's called Coded Bias. So she's an African-American woman, and she was interested in facial recognition software. And so she started to dig into what was being done in this area and discovered that facial recognition software was very, very poor at recognizing Black women. And so the documentary then is interviews with a number of people who are involved in AI and some of the dangerous ways, in fact, that it can promote stereotypes. For example, in some places it's used to kind of give a first pass on criminal proceedings. Now, the judge, of course, is supposed to use his or her own reasoning, but because AI is trained on examples, the more that examples are drawn from a certain context, the more certain stereotypes get reinforced. The other danger, of course, is, I referred to it a moment ago, but spreading misinformation or disinformation on social media through algorithms that are based on popularity, or trolls. So, and this happened, we know, during the elections, not the ones that have just happened, the ones before in the US, where, you know, the more popular a post is, the more it gets elevated, the more it gets seen, the more people believe it. There's an interesting article, if you want to know something about how ChatGPT was trained, it's an article from Time Online. So many of you may have heard about the fact that a lot of people in Kenya were hired to train ChatGPT so that it wouldn't answer questions that were considered harmful or particularly disagreeable. Well, if you read this article about what those Kenyan workers had to look through in terms of horrific content so that it could be screened out, you will realize that the development of ChatGPT was far from benign. And a lot of those workers, because of the content they were forced to look at, have experienced quite a lot of trauma. So this is just to say AI is here, it's here to stay. It is not all good, it is not all ill. It's a tool, we have to be careful how we use it, what we do with it. Okay, so the starting point for curriculum design, that was just to set that broader global context, because we obviously need to be aware of the context within which we're working. So there's my students, right? There's my course. And some of you have referred already to, we need to recognize that our students are not blank slates, you know. I mean, going back to the Dickinsonian idea that the students are just empty vessels waiting to be filled with knowledge, I mean, that's garbage. Our students come to us with knowledge, skills, attributes, learning dispositions, and we need to have some information about that if we're going to design courses that are appropriate for our students, okay? Not other students, not some made up, imagined students, but the students we actually have in our courses. And so then we need to say to ourselves, okay, what do I want my students to get out of it? So of course we want them to learn certain concepts, and of course there's certain topics that as discipline-based people we think are important, but that is not the starting point. The starting point needs to be, what do I want my students to get out of my course? In what way will my students benefit from taking my course? How will it lead to a positive transformational experience for them? Not to say ditch the content, but to say that this is the superior question. And realizing, of course, that my course is not the only course that they're going to be taking. So how does my course relate to other courses? And then my course will be part of a program. So how does what my students gain, the learning outcomes from my course, relate to the program outcomes? So who do we teach then? My students. Who are my students? What background knowledge and skills do they have? What metacognitive and self-regulation skills do they have? In other words, to what extent are they able to monitor their own learning, understand whether they understand, be able to seek help if they need it? Differently able, they may have visual or auditory acuity issues, dyslexia, autism. Access to facilities, do they have internet connectivity? Do they have devices? Their living environments, do they have a quiet place to study on their own? And then there's a whole lot of stuff that happened post-COVID-19. So now we have students who, and I'm talking about South Africa specifically now, they missed a lot of schooling. We know for a fact that they did less learning. HSRC did some studies suggesting that they may have lost perhaps a year of learning. And yet there is still pressure on the schools and on the teachers for high pass rates. So how do you do that? You help the students cram for exams. So now you have a group of students arriving at university who've done well in their exams and so feel that they're really on top of things and they really don't need help and they really don't need to put in the kind of effort that we expect of university students and are struggling a lot. They're unused to in-person interactions. I don't know if you've been seeing this on your campus, but we're seeing that the students don't kind of hang about together as much as we saw pre-COVID. And in fact, we find that they say they get tired. They don't like being around people for too long. They find it exhausting, the in-person interactions. And they really don't want to sit or passively listening to a lecture. Okay, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's more pronounced since COVID. So they really need to be actively engaged. And by the way, our students now are, well, Generation Z, some people say Generation Z, they're almost all Generation Z. So this is a generation, their identity's been shaped by the digital age, climate anxiety, a shifting financial landscape, and COVID-19. Digital natives often turn to the internet when looking for any kind of information. Oh, you've given me a homework problem, let me go and Google it. They flit between sites, apps, and social media feeds, each one forming a different part of their online ecosystem. US Generation Zers, surveyed by McKinsey, report the least positive outlook and the highest prevalence of mental illness of any generation. This pessimism is fueled by growing global unrest, wars and disruption, financial crises, educational interruptions due to the COVID-19 pandemic, feelings of climate anxiety, and decreased economic opportunity. So these are our students. So then let's look for a moment at what should we teach? Well, in the past, and still true, we need to be focusing on concepts, on principles, on models and theories, on the big ideas, on cognitive skills, thinking and reasoning. Someone mentioned earlier, we need to be teaching these things explicitly. So I've worked for many, many years with science lecturers. And if you look at a lot of science curricula published in faculty handbooks, often it's a list of topics. And of course, I'm saying the topics are important, but perhaps more important, or at least as important, is the thinking and reasoning skills that we want our students to develop. So that those are the long-term transferable skills. There's some knowledge, of course, that won't change. I mean, Newtonian mechanics hasn't changed for hundreds of years, but there is new knowledge being created all the time. And so we really need to explicitly develop a range of thinking and reasoning skills that students can bring to bear on any topic. Problem-solving skills, particularly important now in this time of wicked problems. Mathematical tools, computational tools, ethics, so important. So one of the big things we've been focusing on for a while is academic integrity. And I'm sure this has been an issue for you too. During COVID, we found that there was a lot of use of contract cheating companies, Chegg, Course Hero, and so on. And so, like many universities in the world, we've developed an academic integrity framework for the university. We were trying to focus in although we don't sanction academic misconduct and we have an academic misconduct policy, we're trying to focus more on promoting academic integrity. For staff, by the way, as well as students, understanding what is academic integrity and why it's important and why and helping the lecturers to be explicit with students about what is and what is not allowed, because sometimes students commit academic misconduct unknowingly. You know, maybe they're allowed to study together or work on an assignment together, but then in a final assessment, they're not allowed, but the lecturer hasn't told them that. So we really are pushing for education on academic integrity. And if you're interested in our framework, it's on our WITS website. We have a teaching and learning page. And at the bottom of that teaching and learning page, you can access our framework on academic integrity. This is an example of how we might present big ideas. So excuse my physics examples, but I'm a physicist, the only subject I really know well. But if you look at the first 8 chapters of many first-year physics textbooks, you'll see that mechanics occupies about 8 chapters. It occupies 8 chapters. And nowhere in those 8 chapters are the big ideas singled out. But really, the 2 big ideas in mechanics are conservation of momentum and conservation of energy. And if we would teach it that way, it would make a whole lot more sense to students. For the future now, some essential skills. So these are called the 4 C's sometimes of 21st century skills: collaborative skills, communication, creativity, and critical thinking. There's been a reference made already to critical thinking. I'm going to speak a little bit more about that in a moment. Lifelong learning skills. I indicated a moment ago that knowledge is changing. The amount of information that is being generated is increasing exponentially, and our students are going to need to continue to learn for the rest of their lives. So if we just feed them with information, they will not develop lifelong learning skills. Global consciousness, entrepreneurship. You said someone was going to be speaking to you about the world of work, and we know that more and more people are going to need to create a personal brand and not rely on being someone's employee. Interdisciplinarity, you've referred to that as important at NMU. And then a range of literacy, so academic reading and writing, computer, graphical, numerical, digital, and now critical AI. Our students have to be able to use AI in a way where they understand what it can be used for and what it should not be used for. So going back to the idea of my students and my course, as a design principle, we need to understand what our students are coming with. And there are lots of ways we can get some of this information. So diagnostic testing is really useful. When I was doing my PhD, we called it pre-tests. But diagnostic tests find out what does the student know about the particular thing I want to teach. But there are other sources of information. I'm sure your institutional researchers have information, but we have to have some sense of what my students are bringing. We cannot treat them as blank slates. And then what are the learning outcomes? What are the things I want them to know and be able to do by the end of my course? And in between is a learning journey. And so that's the job then of the curriculum. How do I design this learning journey so that my students will be able to start from where they are and what they bring and achieve the learning outcomes of my course? And there are various tools that they're going to need. So I referred a moment to a range of literacies. So it's important as a curriculum designer to be aware if I think the students need a particular tool. So maybe they need some digital literacy. And let me just distinguish between digital literacy and computer literacy. So computer literacy is basically, can you use the computer and basic tools? But digital literacy is, can you take various digital information and can you apply some kind of critical thinking to that to firstly recognize what is trustworthy, what is not trustworthy, and then work with that digital information to create some kind of useful knowledge artifact yourself. If the skills that you think are needed for your students to succeed in your course have not been inquired elsewhere, then you need to include them in your course design. How should we teach? So this is Arnold Ahrens. I mentioned somewhere that in my bio, I think, I did my PhD at the University of Washington. I was in the physics department, but in physics education was my topic area. Arnold Ahrens is sometimes considered one of the grandfathers of physics education. And he wrote this in his book in 1990. Much as we dislike the implications, research is showing that didactic exposition of abstract ideas and lines of reasoning, however engaging we might try to make them, however brilliant we think our lecture is, to passive learners yields pathetically thin results in learning and understanding, except in the very small percentage of students who are especially gifted in the field. So don't do what I'm doing and just talk to people and expect them to be able to learn a whole lot that way. So I mentioned earlier, we need to focus on the concepts and the fundamental principles, develop the relevant cognitive skills, select our context carefully, include cognitively demanding problems, provide opportunities for collaborative learning, active engagement, debate, opportunities to use critical thinking, use technology wisely, link to the global issues, and a couple of quotes from Arnold Ahrens about critical thinking. So he's suggesting that we consciously raise the question, what do we know? How do we know? You're telling me something or I'm telling you something, how do we know? What's the evidence? Why do we accept or believe? Being clear and explicitly aware of gaps in information, recognizing one is taking something on faith without having examined the how do we know, why do we believe questions. Discriminating between observations and inference, between established facts and subsequent conjecture. Those are some examples of the kind of critical thinking that we need to be developing in our students. And then using diverse role models. So I was part of the group in 2005 that founded Women in Physics in South Africa, WIPISA. And, there are so many women scientists, and including women physicists. Women physicists tend to be smaller in number than some of the other sciences, but they're there if we just look. And then also using balanced representation. So this is a little cartoon I put into the Platinum Physical Science grade 10. I was one of the authors of this book. So using balanced representations, being inclusive, as Ndina was saying. Linking to authentic context and indigenous knowledge. So here's a nice question from thermodynamics that I put into the course I used to teach. Which roofing material will make the home more comfortable in a hot climate and give the values for specific heat and thermal conductivity of thatch, and let the students work it out. And you'll see, excuse me, of course, that the thatched hut is much, much better at making the room more comfortable. So it's a way of applying the science in an authentic context and also valuing indigenous knowledge. Real life or lifelike applications. This is an example of a task that I gave when I was teaching first year engineering students in the extended program. So it's from an approach to engineering education called CDIO, developed at MIT and Sweden. Conceive, design, implement, operate. So they had to build a skyscraper out of extruded polystyrene and pencils on time, on budget. Had to be as tall as possible, able to support a half-liter bottle of water, be tilted at 10 degrees without falling over, and then there was a cost for each item. I taught this in part of the additional physics course after introducing center of mass. We had 275 students. We divided them into groups of 8 to 10 in tutorial periods, but in normal classrooms, 3 periods of 50 minutes per group. And then we marked their assignments using stability, height, budget, aesthetics, time, and organization and documentation. So that's a lifelike context. Of course, we've got blended learning, as someone referred earlier. Since COVID, we knew about blended learning before. I don't know about you guys, we didn't use it much. Now we are using it. Now it's our standard default mode. And we're using a particular model of blended learning that was developed by Houston et al. And they talk about 4 dimensions of the blend: technological, so ranging from no or lean technology to rich; temporal, real-time or synchronous, to overtime or asynchronous. When do students need to be learning at the same time, or when can they be learning in their own time? Spatial, when do they need to be physically in the same place, or when can they be in different places? And if they're in the same place, what kind of space is that they need to be in? What learning objectives will be achieved by them being in this particular space? Pedagogical, ranging from passive or instructor-centered to active or student-centered. Just a little punt here. One of my colleagues at WITS has just introduced a very nice podcast series. It's on LinkedIn. It's called the Blend Ed Beat. It's really nice. Ultimately, we need to say, how will my students benefit from my course or program? So there are lots of educational activities we can design, assessments of learning and for learning, getting feedback from students, and ultimately, what did the students learn? This is my last slide, so I've run over a bit. Why should we even bother to teach science in the 21st century? Well, I've referred to fake news, racial, religious, and ethnic discrimination, climate change denialism, other manifestations of lack of education in critical thinking and logical reasoning are dangerous to the world. So a solid grounding in science can provide an understanding of key principles that have enormous explanatory power, combat irrational and biased thinking, inculcate pro-social values and open-mindedness, and develop creative problem-solving skills applicable to complex real-world problems. Thank you. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you very much, Prof. At this point in time, colleagues, we are going to move on to our discussion session, which will be led by our former DVC LNT, Prof. Foxcroft. Prof. Welcome back, colleagues. Welcome back. Riveting discussion, I'm sure, contributing towards the recurriculation of science, the science faculty. We are back, colleagues, to start our second session of the morning on contemporary issues around curriculum renewal. Our first speaker is our DVC of ETP, Prof. Andre Kiet, and he will be talking about embedding decolonization and community engagement into the curriculum. Prof, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Lovely. Thank you so much for responding to that. It was indeed a riveting discussion this morning. And I can see, how the different sets of trends are emerging, How do one do A, B, C, D with all the different kinds of, ideas coming through. And I am very grateful to Zeni and, of course, the colleagues for inviting me to share a few ideas with you. I don't think it's going to be earth-shattering. I'll try and add some value to the discussion. But I've noticed that the thematic has been a kind of a debate globally within universities. There's been movements around the decolonization of sciences, both in the American North, but also in the UK and in broader Europe as well, and of course also in the Asia regions as well. So there has been many research projects and research reports on that, but also the role that science play with regard to advancing, the strategic notion of this particular faculty, and that is science for society. So we're in good company, and one has to ask, why does this particular question emerge now? Why does the decolonization of science at this particular historical moment emerge as a major question in the scientific community? I don't have the answers for that. I'm just putting it out there. And the two notions are linked, and that is that if one has to look at a decolonized curriculum, or what I would prefer to speak about, perhaps a southern orientation of a science faculty. Because the sciences, if one look at it from an objective point of view, is not as easy to think through from a decolonial or a southern perspective, because that's the way in which the scientific paradigms and knowledge have emerged over centuries as well. But there is a sense that if it's connected to an idea of science for society, or at least embedding engagement, that there will be an interplay between a decolonized curriculum and, of course, a deeper sense of engagement with society as well. And as an introduction to this 20-minute little talk, In the aftermath of the George Floyd murder in the US, there has been a huge, huge outcry. And of course, a different wave of resistance and protest, against anti-Black racism across the globe, and, the question as to what it is that universities are doing. And in the UK, some colleagues have set up a seminar series to discuss the matter on this, and then ask, our university to participate in that particular series. And I had a chat on this around anti-racism as a decolonial strategy in our university system. The reason why I'm sharing this with you is not to talk about anti-racism and science, but to simply make a very, very straightforward point. At this particular symposium, there was a presentation by architecture students and scientists around decolonizing the architecture discipline. Absolutely mind-blowing. The work that people have been doing within that space already. The second one was that a week or so ago, I delivered a keynote address at the role of national academies and universities in promoting human rights and enhancing equality. And of course, these national academies, they're heavily science dominated, and especially engineering and health sciences as well. And we had more than 20 national academies coming together in Pretoria as well. And in this particular debate that we have, one can't but stand in admiration of the work of scientists in the way in which they grapple with their own knowledge fields. Okay, so this is a process of grappling with your knowledge fields across the different sets of sciences. Actually, that should be the scientific attitude in any case, because in the humanities, grappling with our fields is more or less like a standard orientation. That's why we have these big debates within the humanities and in the social sciences as well. And they're struggling with regard to the social justice imperative. Because it is true that any good scientist will know the dark side of science, and what science has given the world from that angle. But it will also balance out in terms of the different sets of advances that science has produced that better the human condition. But I also had like the same feeling at, speaking to physicists over tea and coffee, about things that I don't understand that well. But I had the same feeling that when COVID hit, our country, and we pulled together under the COVID coordinating committee, some of the colleagues are sitting here, I also had that feeling of admiration for scientists that respond to social challenges in so many different and equalizing ways. Now that response one can already see, Dean, one can put under the cluster of a decolonizing orientation of the sciences, Zen. So the critique of the sciences when it comes to the project of social justice, at least in my estimation, cannot be sustained or justified from a kind of knee-jerk reaction, because clearly what the evidence show, especially now with the national academies and my own experiences working with scientists and engineers here at our own university, how this is playing itself out. So the question that we are dealing with now today looms large within these discussions, whether it's with other national academies or whether it's with other colleagues across the globe. The curriculum is at the heart of this particular debate. And I'm going to share with you, perhaps towards the end, just why I think that we may have to ask a different set of questions that we need to put on the table. But the very idea that there is an emergence of a decolonial movement within the so-called hard sciences point to a fact that we are perhaps now slowly acknowledging that neither ourselves nor the way that we treat scientific knowledge are absolutely value-free or objective, and that there is no such thing as the settled sciences, because as you may well know, all sciences are evolving knowledge fields, whether you speak about the soft or whether you speak about the hard sciences. But earlier today, we speak about the way in which, the anti-science movement is also growing, especially emerging from Trumpism in the United States. And so as a collective within universities, we will have to fight for the authority of the sciences and for its legitimacy, because certainly the social value of the sciences can't be disputed. So there should not be a dispute about the social and technical and other kinds of values of the sciences. But the respect for the sciences must keep up with the idea that for any good science, a healthy skepticism is required. Any good science, a healthy skepticism is required. And part of this is that in the decolonial movement, the skepticism that's coming through from a decolonial critique has to do with the way in which science paradigms has more or less excluded many other forms and epistemic freedoms and democracies that could have opened up our entire, what one can say, offerings of thinking around the sciences. And there are rich resources available. So in all or in most of those great websites that deal with the decolonization of the sciences, one will find different sets of toolkits as to what would be the different sets of examples be and how that can be done. Of course, Catherine's own work, and you will be hearing from herself now, has been trailblazing in the South African context. But some of that work has not been taken further, over the last past 5 or 7 years. The work that she has been doing when she held the chair at UNISA. And that is to bring different ways of how one can think about the sciences together so that we can advance a kind of epistemic freedom that should be the hallmark of any good university in any case. And that is, of course, across the different sets of knowledge fields as well. For science to be better, then, of course, is that the way in which science has come to think of itself, bringing in a decolonial or at least a Southern lens into the way in which we deal with this, will advance actually not only the legitimacy of science, but make it technically even better. If one think of, for instance, about the different sets of race sciences, which has plagued, some of the publications, for which Stellenbosch University has to answer now so many questions post the Campepe report. But engaging with our scientists at our university, and of course with colleagues from outside of the university, it's very clear that some of this work is already underway, So Zani, in a sense, the question is, how do one add momentum to a particular orientation that is emerging in the sciences as a global edifice, of course, So that work is already underway. And so the question around the decolonization of the sciences, apart from what one would say, the legitimacy question, also has to do about how sciences can be better. Now, in the context of the UK, for instance, there's already a decolonizing science toolkit that's evolving. Our university, from the context of my research chair, is also putting together a resource that can assist. And from this particular space, Zeni and Azmi, it will be great to have a focus on the sciences in that resource as well. These are just some of the examples that I would like to share with you that are already underway. When it comes to engagement, and it's wonderful, to read the way in which the science faculty is rethinking the notion of science for society but also attach that to the ideas of scientific community knowledges as well. And these knowledges, if one bring them into the university space, advances our ideas of knowledge democracies, and of course also our ideas of epistemic freedoms as part of the third mission of the university. Or like a communitarian account of scientific knowledge, one can say, or one can say, community science, community scientific research, or scientific research that is based on place-based knowledge as well. Because there's Bruce's work and some of the work that so many of the colleagues are doing here. So already moving in that particular direction. But we have had an idea in mind that the interplay between engagement and communities should be an equalizing interplay, meaning that one has to acknowledge that there are types of scientific knowledges available within communities that falls outside of the ambit of what a university can gather or even can cognize as well, and just allow for that particular kind of vulnerability to come in here as well. Then, of course, in our own scholarship around engagement, you can see that we have been struggling with a triple helix. I don't think we get that right. The fourth helix, not even close one. And then, of course, the enlarged fifth helix with regard to how do we bring in society and the natural environment within the context of longer term planetary challenges that we are facing. If you flip that around, then of course, those kinds of social environmental transformation that's required for us to look at our planetary challenges will most appropriately reside within the way in which community scientific knowledges finds the interplay, because that's where the different sets of behavior changes, needs to happen if we want to move ahead with this particular challenge as well. So your environmental sustainability will have to interplay with the social systems and governance matters that we have at play. Now we will have to think about carefully how we bring, especially in our metro that's struggling so much, how do we bring to bear an interplay between scientific knowledges and the dysfunction of our governance systems within the metro? And what is it that we do in that particular space, and how do applied scientific knowledges, assist the kinds of governance ideals that we have as well? When it comes to engagement as well, and we have done this mapping, we have more than 250 projects ongoing, and of course we have this amazing sustainable food systems in place, with more than 30 projects from all faculties coming together to deal with this particular question. But there's a range of different kinds of things. Now, our approach to engagement is to think of it as a spectrum. So you can have immediate relief work, you can have charitable work, you can have different kinds of engagement, and then of course you can have sustainable engagement on the other side as well. So all forms and ways in which the university have been engaging has particular value, and one shouldn't try and critique what people are doing in that regard. But there is one orientation which we need to drive a bit more stronger than the others, and that is that if one think about science for society, one has to think about it as a space of convergence, as a way in which different knowledges are engaging with one another, in an open debate. The engagement for society and the idea of the scientific community knowledges is a key way in which, of course, we're also now working with the different faculties, but also with the engagement entities. And perhaps one of the things, Bruce, that we will have to bring together is to say, at a different space and time, Zeni and Aswi and colleagues, as to what would be a scientific community knowledge commune, that interplay both with the university scientific community, but also with those within our communities and so on. So there is a point around the engagement that we will have to bring in as a co-traveler with the question of decolonization. So this is my thinking, that I said I'll put forward as concluding remarks. When I spoke to the colleagues at the National Academy's gathering a week or so ago, the question around decolonization the sciences has to do with adventures and experimentations. Now, there are no clear-cut answers around these matters. But there are things that we can try and see whether they work. There are ways in which we can collaborate with different people who have been working in this space, with different colleagues probably next to you that have been working with this. But just have a sense of an adventure around the question of decolonizing the sciences, not as a pathway or a template or a tick box, right? Because you are scientists, you know that that's impossible. There are forms of scientific knowledge that are scientific knowledge, you know, and one has to work on that particular kind of spectrum as well. And then within our working group, array, we also have an Africanization and decolonization working group. And our task, of course, and we do have, many scientists involved in that working group. Our task is not to straitjacket the way in which scientists think about these kinds of transformative movements that the university needs to make, but to just set a broad framework as to how one may think about the decolonization and the Africanization of the sciences. So instead of saying do A, B, C, D, here's rather a broad framework as to what different sets of possibilities can emerge when scientists think about this. And this will include both curriculum and pedagogy. And the same will go for the engagement framework that Bruce and his team is now working through as well. So to close with my presentation, let me quickly check whether we have the right question in mind. Should we not shift our question from how do we decolonize A, B, C, D? Because that will be a very difficult question with different sets of answers. To how would an epistemic orientation in the science faculty look like that has a Southern flavor? How would an epistemic orientation in the science faculty look like that has a Southern, or what one could call a decolonial flavor? How would that look like? So instead of thinking atomistically that there can be something that one can decolonize A, B, C, D, and there may well be, I'm quite sure that Catherine will share some of those examples, how would the faculty's persona shift within the context of the decolonial demands? How would that look like? And so with that question, Program Director, I would like to close my presentation. Okay, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Prof. You do that thing where you get into the room and you ask provoking questions, which always leaves us like, so what is episteme? But thank you for that contribution, Prof. We receive it very well. As Prof has alluded to, we are joined by Prof. Catherine Hoppers, who's joining us from Uganda this morning. Prof is the founder and the director of the Global Institute for Applied Governance in Science, Knowledge Systems, and Innovations. Prof. Catherine Hoppers, over to you, Prof.
Good morning. Almost midday here, but anyway, good morning to you. Can you see me? Because this Zoom or something like that. Okay, can you see me or hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Prof, we can.
Okay, thank you. My topic is Africanization and decolonization of the science curriculum, but I twisted it a little bit so that I can get to the point itself, which is transforming science so that the decolonization and Africanization is possible. So it has been stated that the 21st century will be a century of knowledge, indeed, the century of mind. Innovation is the key for the production as well as the processing of knowledge. A nation's ability to convert knowledge into wealth and social good through the process of innovation will determine its future. Africa needs science and technology in order to develop and be counted in the present global world. But science and technology also needs to develop its capability to embrace and accommodate both women and men as full citizens in its ranks without discrimination. It also needs to reflect on its nature and practice, and especially the manner in which it maintains a condescending gaze upon the non-scientific, systematically marginalizes certain groups while resisting calls for transparency and accountability to the society. The way science has been presented to the African society and African children in particular leaves much to be desired. And over the years, there's arisen louder and more explicit calls in this field to remember that it should be at the service of human development, but not the other way around. That it should work for sustainable peace, not the other way around. Science should bring joy, not trauma, to its learners. It must connect with the diverse societies and dialogue with issues of poverty and not turn away from it. And for that matter, science should be the story of all human beings, not only men. Developing a fresh prognosis, propositions for action, and intervention programs for the integration of knowledge systems, women in science and technology, and the humanization of science itself, therefore, requires a critical revisiting of the principles underlying science in relation to other ways of seeing, other ways from a gender perspective and the South. So, about myself. In 1997, I was appointed a technical advisor to the South African Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Arts, Culture, Languages, Science and Technology. South Africa wanted to build an inclusive structure and system that will function to create a coherent interface between the national S&T system and the broader national systems of innovation. The inclusive policy apparatus would set the basic tone for the strategic planning and management of S&T, and a coherent national human resource and skills development policy with accompanying strategies, and a program to technologize the country. Likewise, an enhanced information network to help South Africa become a knowledge society. But in the past, during apartheid, as all of you are witnesses of, 85% of the population was systematically excluded as a potential source of human resources, knowledge, and expertise. Apartheid social and scientific practices have been based on perceptions of the colonized people as being outside of science. Outside of science. They were unscientific. They were savage. They were superstitious. Rationalizations were also offered in support of a notion of science as apolitical and value neutral, thereby freeing the scientific communities of taking responsibility for the ends and consequences of their research. Now comes the question, is change from apartheid science to post-apartheid science in South Africa possible? Is it possible? In other words, the basic knowledge of the Black people was missing throughout. Let us not joke about this. As an advisor, we did a national SWOT analysis and found that one of the basic threats was found in the system of science itself. I was delegated by the parliament to workshop all the presidents, all the vice presidents, as well as senior personnel comprising the committee of heads of science councils for 2 years. Focus was on the development and inclusion of indigenous knowledge systems into the scientific framework itself. The Science Council was, at that time, was 11. Two, I was appointed to head the task team to draft the first indigenous knowledge systems policy ever. I was tasked by the Minister of Science and Technology in 2001 to lead a multi-disciplinary team to find articulations to anchor the first national policy on IKS and to redraft the legislation to impact all sector policies, the academy, and the grassroots. Public hearings were held throughout the country, which awakened the ordinary citizens on their innate knowledge rights. It also served to show that indigenous knowledge was being recognized officially, and it requires active citizenship participation. The redrafting of the legislation meant working intensely with the World Intellectual Property Rights and the Human Rights Commission and UNESCO and international science councils. In 2004, the policy was passed by the cabinet and a new national unit on the recognition, affirmation, development, and protection of indigenous knowledge systems was placed in the Department of Science and Technology. 3, I ran the Sachi Chair in Development Education in UNISA, 208 to 218. The chair was a strategically focused knowledge and human rights intervention in the South African higher education system. I'm not sure that the mandate is as clear as this nowadays, but when I was recruited, it was supposed to be an intervention into the South African higher education system. And its mandate was to advance the frontiers of knowledge, create new research career pathways, and stimulate strategic, not just any research, but strategic research. And the key innovations of that chair were to make transdisciplinarity a core facet in leadership building, offer robust expositions of the constitutive rules and norms that control our current thinking and practice, and represent an epistemology of hope, hope that probes the future and thereby illuminates the possibilities of the present. So the chair took national priorities. One, the Department of Education white paper that states that all existing practices, institutions, and values are viewed anew and rethought in terms of their fitness for the new era. Priority two, the South African government white paper on science and technology that calls for the human and social sciences to function as change agents and to and to encourage more holistic understandings of social problems and local knowledge as a platform of innovation. Priority three, that the indigenous knowledge systems policy registers a commitment to the recognition, promotion, development, protection, and affirmation of IKS. This has been mainstreamed into all sectors in South Africa. I can attest to that. So, implications for this field like indigenous knowledge systems, for example. The integration of knowledge systems into the academy highlights the need to explore deeper into the interface between epistemology, diversity, and democracy, and the potentials for true exchange and the reciprocal valorization among knowledge systems. I convened a circuit of to guide this initiative. They brought by epistemological expertise into the academy, and they still
Prof, are you still with us?
Really, I mean, there's somebody calling me and I'm trying to stop them that I'm in a meeting.
No problem at all, Prof. You can continue, Prof. You can continue from your side.
Exactly. I hope you are reading. Eh? I hope you are reading. Eh? Okay. I don't have to read. Just follow me. Okay. The response to is to expand an understanding of African metaphysics in law, economics, and science and education, and to go beyond post-colonial theorizations to transformative intervention in knowledge production, postgraduate training, and community engagement. So what do these insights bring as an approach to research paradigms? It differs from post-independence indigenization, which focus on the inclusion of Black people into the game or into the drama, but it questions the rules of the game, and it engages the paradigmatic frames of the game and engages on the constitutive rules of systems. That means that the ethical space imperatives and dialogues on epistemological and cultural jurisdictions have to be brought to the fore. Transformation by enlargement and restorative action in all these disciplines must become part and parcel of any curriculum transformation. And then African metaphysics and paradigms of livelihood should be brought also clear. Now, in the previous session, I noticed that you have taken cognitive justice, but I would like to say it very explicitly that cognitive justice is the right of all forms and traditions of knowledge to coexist in public without duress. That is what cognitive justice is about. Now, let me turn to science itself. The UNESCO Global Conference on Science and Society held in Budapest in 2000, paragraph 35, states that modern science does not constitute the only form of knowledge, and that closer links need to be established between these and other forms, systems, and approaches to knowledge for their mutual enrichment and benefit. It continues that a constructive intercultural debate is in order to help find ways of better linking modern science to the broader knowledge heritage of humankind. And further, that countries should promote better understanding and use of traditional knowledge systems in all sectors and so on, instead of focusing only on the extracting elements for their perceived utility to the S&T system. Now, if we take a step back, looking at the practice of science itself, for Archer, the former president of ICSU, science itself as we know it, is caught on the supply side only. All theories, hypotheses have already been provided. And all African scientists have to do is to deliver exactly as they are told, not to create new theories. No, because we have already created all the theories. That is okay. But consider the demand side of science is where there is still curiosity, amazement, wonder, beauty, and most of all, a critique of the uses on science and society. I bet it would be an exciting world to live in. Unfortunately, current science as we see it is funded and in some instances owned by the multinationals. And there is little reason at all to consider other perspectives on science, leave alone the epistemological impacts of science on other cultures. It is a long way from considering the political economy of science itself. But taking a historical perspective, the ethical insensitivity of science towards other forms of knowing is most profound. The problem is that it was always thought of as the problem of the balance between techno-science and cultural science. Well, the imbalance has a deeper source. It was a sickness of the mind in Plato's time, and it is the same sickness of the mind in our time. When it comes to thinking, epistemic thinking, and thinking about thinking, the sickness is inherent in the rationality and in the dominance of the rational mind. Nobel Prize winner Wiesel, in a speech in Moscow in 1990, stated that the designers and perpetrators of the Holocaust were heirs of Kant and Goethe. In most respects, the Germans were the best educated people on earth. But their education did not serve as an adequate barrier to barbarity. What was wrong with their education? In Wiesel's words, it emphasized theories instead of values, concepts rather than human beings, abstractions rather than consciousness, answers instead of questions, ideology and efficiency rather than conscience. Rothbard stated that when the Royal Society, which is now the National Academy of Science in the UK, was formed almost 340 years ago, one of its founders, the famous physicist Robert Hooke, stipulated that the society should not meddle in divinity, morals, metaphysics, politics, grammar, and logic. This rather odd assortment of banned topics does not figure in the charter of the Royal Society now, as we speak now. But the spirit of the exclusivity is still there. This detachment from general human affairs led scientists to build an ivory tower in which the scientists sheltered, pretending that their work had nothing to do with human welfare. The aim of scientific research, they asserted, was to understand the laws of nature And since these are immutable and unaffected by human reactions and emotions, these reactions and emotions had no place in the study of nature. Then the scientists then evolved certain precepts about science to justify their separation from reality. These were science for its own sake. Scientific inquiry knows no limits. Science is rational and objective. Science is neutral. Science has nothing to do with politics. Science are just technical workers. Science cannot be blamed for its misapplication. But Zeman in 1982 analyzed each of these and found them all wanting in the current context. It is not only that most scientists are employed by the manufacturing companies whose chief aim is to discover drugs that make profit. They have also been at the heart of most discoveries that destroy life and create misery. So ethical questions about the consequences of this applied research were not asked by their employers, obviously. And their employees were discouraged from concerning themselves with this issue, as grandfather Hooks said almost 340 years ago. So in that conference in 2000 in Budapest, Rothbard said that the scientists can no longer claim that their work has got nothing to do with the welfare of the individual. The more scientists understand that knowledge brings responsibility, the better. In short, the scientists must show by their own conduct that it is possible to combine creativeness with compassion, letting the imagination roam with caring for fellow creatures, venturing into the unknown, yet fully accountable for one's doing. And the basic human value is life itself. And the most important human right is the right to live. So what do we need to do? I propose that we need to create philosophers of science in Africa. That we need to deal with the metaphysics of different cultures so that bringing them in the banquet table familiarizes ourselves with the metaphysics of these cultures. And the constitution rules, not the regulatory rules, of every discipline, including science, in order to help scientists spot where the field missed the bus. Analytically, one can say that science is a fractured pilgrimage that turned the self into a spectator, into a recorder of events, an act of alienation. Over time, the gaze of science over the so-called non-scientific has become a gaze of surveillance. This way science is constituted prevents the entry of pain and compassion, leaving the eye of science an impoverished self without a backstage. Drawing from numerous illustrations in India and Europe and Africa and from Black America, we lament at how scientists rarely pause to weep at the effects of their creation. Indigenous knowledge systems forces science to become a part of memory against forgetting. The bringing of indigenous knowledge systems into the formal is what will enable the contesting of the museumization of the other and exposes the insensitivity of science, which meets the other only in death. So, but Nathan argues that science is, in fact, not only political, but goes beyond politics to create its own microphysics of power with its own capillaries by preempting and terminally judging the way one thinks. Science as a rule game must be challenged or reworked, and thus epistemology, that is, rules or methods of the making of knowledge, becomes crucial. In fact, the scientific method as an ideology has become a Victorian corset constricting creativity. So it is not only restraint that science needs, but a celebration of plurality, which is the only antidote to ethnocentrism, so embedded in its ethos. Science must recover its sense of questioning and dwelling, and must begin to produce a medicine for its melancholy, and its sense of play. We need the rights of different traditions and forms of knowledge to coexist for science to survive. And when you standardize the mind, you destroy the fecundity of citizenship. In other words, the citizen does not need to be posited as a layman in front of scientists. Every man is a scientist. Every village is a science academy. Citizens must have institutionalized access to institutions and be allowed to propose technological scenarios. In other words, science must become an agent of plurality. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that tour de France that you gave us. I'm sure there's a lot of more questions provocated on the floor that we can engage during the discussion session. We will now move on to Mr. Mukhtar Rabban, who will be exploring the critical humanizing pedagogical encounter, implications for curriculum renewal. Over to you.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. My name is Mukhtar Rabban. I'm from the Faculty of Humanities, and I have been working and experimenting with the humanizing pedagogy. As I was seated here, I was just reflecting on a conference I attended at the beginning of this year at the University of Pretoria, a Digital Humanities Conference, which essentially blends, humanities applied linguistics with computer sciences. And as we attended that conference, they had one session of presentations from computing sciences, and the second session had presentations from applied linguistics humanities. And in the break, the colleagues chatted. And, one colleague of mine from computing sciences asked me, how did you find our presentations? And I said, so much was said, but I understood nothing. And I'm reflecting on, the position that you probably find yourself in, being exposed to concepts of theory, pedagogy, Africanization, decolonization. And I'm wondering, if you are coping with all of these varied concepts. So I'm going to ask you during the break, did you understand anything? Colleagues, the humanizing pedagogy has been at Nelson Mandela University for more than 10 years. In fact, it's almost approaching 20 years. And when Zeni introduced the topic, he said, you know, I'm going to tell you what it is. And I feel you should tell me what it is. And so let's just reframe today's presentation very quickly. Let's say that you are going to write a test in an hour's time. And in this test, your first question is, write a literature review on the humanizing pedagogy. And if you pass the test, you get to have lunch. So if you had to do that, you develop the concept in that lit review, am I correct? So let's quickly go through what happens in a postgrad writing course. That when you develop a concept, you are going to define it, possibly provide an alternate definition, maybe look at some of the elements of that concept, and then also explore its application. And so perhaps if you're not familiar with the idea of a humanizing pedagogy, maybe use that as a recipe for today's presentation. That hopefully by the end of this presentation, you are in a position to define it, or explain some of its elements, or even explain how it is applied. So I'm going to dive right into the humanizing pedagogy. So the humanizing pedagogy, founded by Brazilian educationist Paulo Freire, is based on the notion that education is dehumanizing and rehumanization of education is needed. So to comprehend this term and appreciate the term humanization, because it's used quite loosely. When we shifted to online learning, so many articles came out saying education must be humanizing, humanize the online encounter, but it had nothing to do with the humanizing pedagogy. Although people were connecting it, conceptually they are different. So Freire argues that education is dehumanizing and requires rehumanization. And Salazar views humanization as the process of becoming more fully human as social, historical, thinking, communicating, transformative, creative persons who participate in and with the world. We need to acknowledge that the humanizing pedagogy aligns and works towards social justice ambitions. So every single time we reflect on the notion of social justice, this is the goal of a humanizing pedagogy. And as the DVC highlighted in her introduction, the humanizing pedagogy is housed within critical pedagogy. So in order to appreciate the humanizing pedagogy, you need to know what is critical pedagogy. And again, you know, language is important. Critical in critical pedagogy is not critical as in important. When we talk about critical thinking, that is not from critical pedagogy. And so, yes, I'm sure you are again confused. These humanities scholars are just using these terms over and over. But I just want to take a moment to try and flesh out some of these ideas today. So humanizing pedagogy is housed within critical pedagogy. So and it's influenced by a number of theories which I've included on the slide as well. Let's define critical pedagogy very quickly. I think there's great wisdom and appreciation by looking at the way some scholars define critical pedagogy. According to William Phelan, critical pedagogy is not about polemics or preaching one's own politics in the classroom. Rather, it involves authorizing students to share responsibility for their education while posing problems based in students' collective experience in the world around them. Critical pedagogues challenge the status quo both in content and method. Douglas Kellner views it as critical pedagogy can promote multicultural education and sensitivity to cultural difference. It involves teaching the skills that will empower citizens and students to become sensitive to the politics of representations of race, ethnicity, gender, class, and other cultural differences in order to empower individuals and promote democratization. Henry Giroux, a well-known scholar in critical pedagogy, says critical pedagogy is not simply concerned with offering students new ways to think critically and to act with authority as agents in the classroom. It is also concerned with providing students with the skills and knowledge necessary for them to expand their capacities, both to question deep-seated assumptions and myths that legitimate the most archaic and disempowering social practices that structure every aspect of society, and to take responsibility for intervening in the world they inhabit. And then lastly, Paulo Freire says, the students, no longer docile listeners, are now critical co-investigators in dialogue with the teacher. Education, as a humanist and liberating praxis, posits as fundamental that the people subjected to domination must fight for their emancipation. To that end, it enables teachers and students to become subjects of the educational process by overcoming authoritarianism and alienating intellectualism. So these are some definitions of critical pedagogy to give us a sense of where humanizing pedagogy comes from. So when we look at critical pedagogy, we see that of the aims, of the principles of critical pedagogy is that it is inherently political. That knowledge should relate to and develop from the lived experiences of participants, and knowledge should be co-created between all participants in the learning processes. Of the aims of CP is for people to become aware of their and others' oppression. This concept of oppression is critical, because when we examine the learning and teaching vision and strategic priorities of Nelson Mandela, this language, this discourse is evident. And I'll quickly quote from the slide of the DVC. The learning and teaching vision, as stipulated, is to liberate human potential. So the question I have is liberation from what? This is clearly worded in our vision. And this is where we see the elements of critical pedagogy and humanizing pedagogy actually surfacing. There's a golden thread of a humanizing pedagogy written throughout our documents at Nelson Mandela University, which might not have been explicated previously. So when we talk about oppression, this idea of oppression has to be, clearly grappled with. So as we unpack a critical humanizing pedagogy, we recognize that it is a dialogic approach that develops critical consciousness. Let me pause there quickly, because this term critical consciousness is also used over and over. Have you come across it? I'm sure you've heard nearly every member of senior management of this university use the term. And again, critical here is not in reference to something important. Critical here relates to how it is viewed within critical theory. And that is, critical consciousness essentially is the capacity and ability for an individual to recognize the injustices of their lived realities. That is critical consciousness. So when we have this bold claim as Nelson Mandela University that we want to develop critical consciousness, we are saying that for teacher and student alike, we have the capacity to identify, well, what is oppressive in this context? Very important point. So critical humanizing pedagogy allows teachers who engage in this pedagogy to engage in praxis. And praxis, as we've heard our DVC, Professor Kiat also indicate, praxis is this continual cyclical process of reflection and on theory and action, and this occurs cyclically, and it does not actually come to an end. And the humanizing pedagogy is housed within this occurrence. This curriculum renewal symposium in your faculty is a praxis. You are reflecting on your experiences, on your knowledges. You are looking at new theories. You're going to put this into action, and you're going to go back into reflection. And this is how your curriculum renewal process will unfold. HP is accomplished by challenging students academically and intellectually while treating them with dignity and respect. So many get caught up with this element of HP, and they say, well, when I'm kind to someone, I've used the humanizing pedagogy. When I've smiled with my student, that was the humanizing pedagogy. No, no. It's an element. It might be a feature or a manifestation of the endeavor to explore it, but it doesn't limit it to simply being kind. Some of the key principles of HP include dialogue, critical consciousness, student empowerment and agency, and social transformation. The humanizing pedagogy opposes the banking method. Whenever we reflect on Freire's work, we often raise this issue of it goes against the banking method. And there's fascinating studies on how a lecture, the question was posed earlier by one of the colleagues, how a lecture in reality is dehumanizing. And the literature, indicates that the lecture itself is subjected to this model of banking, that I have all the knowledge, I am the bestower of the knowledge, the student enters my venue, it is a monologue, I will decide what knowledge I give you with this power that I have as the lecturer, which of course is completely against the notion shared by Freire and believed, within critical pedagogy. There is defense, of course, of the lecture. Academics have written that the lecture is not solely a monologue. It must be a place of debate, of intellectual rigor, of really exploring what is the encounter we are looking at. So fundamentally, HP believes that human beings can achieve personal and collective self-actualization in spite of the impediments of oppression. So critical humanizing pedagogy in curriculum development, when we place this at the heart of curriculum renewal and development, there are questions that often surface. What knowledge should be selected for curriculum? Whose knowledge matters? Whose knowledge? Whose knowledge is marginalized or excluded? And what purpose does this knowledge serve? This question of purpose is critical because when we reflect on what type of graduate are we preparing for what field, who determine the standards of that field, these are all relevant questions that ultimately inform what gets included in that curriculum experience. So a critical humanizing pedagogical encounter will feature some of the following: that there's a trusting and caring student-teacher relationship at the center. It is academically rigorous and it challenges and advances the student. It is dialogic in nature. There's conversation, there's continuous conversation between teacher and student. Within the content, about the system within which the content is offered. There's problem posing of education. There is mutual humanization of student and lecturer. A very important point of engaging with a humanizing pedagogy is that it is actually futile to think that the teacher steps into the space saying, I'm about to humanize you. Because this in itself contradicts the fundamentals of critical theory. And this is often what we assume, well, I'm the teacher, I'm the lecturer, I understand humanizing pedagogy, so I'm about to humanize you. And this is a dangerous thought. The pedagogy must value the students' background knowledges, languages, culture, and life experiences, and power is shared by teachers and students. A very important area. So our context at Nelson Mandela University, in the university institutionally, we are firmly committed to enacting humanizing pedagogies. It's in our policy documents, our frameworks, our strategic planning. It has gone from Vision 2020 to 2030. It continues to form part of the institution. And so 20 years later, to pose the question, what is the humanizing pedagogy, won't do us well in a DHET audit. At Nelson Mandela, we foreground approaches to addressing social injustices. And we also recognize that traditional science education has often been developed solely aligned to neoliberal ideology, to market ideology. And this we've seen coming out of the presentations from Professor Keat and Professor Hoppers as well. And we often find within traditional science education, there are limited constructivist learning and teaching opportunities. And there's an institutional need for curriculum renewal processes that promote more inclusive and empowering learning environments. So within the Humanizing Pedagogy project and unit at the university, we've engaged with many academics who experiment with the humanizing pedagogy. And some of the ways that our colleagues are employing and experimenting with the humanizing pedagogy include that they look at learning and teaching approaches where they explicitly recognize student voice, where they promote dialogic encounters in that curriculum experience, where they incorporate relevant resources, where they recognize knowledges, different types of knowledges, where they employ pedagogies of care and empathy, where they diversify learning and teaching approaches for inclusivity, and where they connect the classroom with society and the world with this, again, very bold claim that we are working towards social consciousness for transformation. A very interesting, article written by Geduld Satora on how the Faculty of Education used the humanizing pedagogy to recurriculate their B.Ed program. I share that reference with you as well. So when we take Freirean theory, the following framework for curriculum renewal comes about: a humanizing pedagogical framework for curriculum renewal. Firstly, requires that there is, continuous reflection, collaboration, and adaptation of the curriculum. Meaning that after this process of curriculum renewal within your faculty, you are not done. You have something, and 5 years later, it may need another revision. And 5 years thereafter, another revision because of how knowledges develop and adjust. But there are 5 areas that I feel definitely, surface when we explore the humanizing pedagogy in a curriculum. There's dialogue in praxis. There's problem-posing education. There's contextualization. There's conscientization. And there's liberation and empowerment. Look at these words, because you find these words again in all of our strategic documents of the university. So if we had to put a critical humanizing pedagogy in a science curriculum renewal endeavor, what could some of the possible outcomes be? We could foster a deeper understanding of the scientific concepts. We can enhance critical thinking skills. We can promote student engagement. We can have an impact on student self-confidence. We can enhance students' sense of agency, and we can foster a greater understanding of social consciousness. When we put critical humanizing pedagogy in science, we find that there are cohorts and hubs around the world at many universities that are now exploring what happens when we foreground a critical pedagogy or critical theory in the curriculation of a science qualification. So Lodge has a lovely study, and Lodge declares that science classrooms are often underpinned by repressive ideologies, and critical pedagogy can be used to counterbalance against it. Let me share a very interesting quote by Lodge, who's a science academic and, foregrounded critical pedagogy. Lodge posits, if critical humanizing pedagogy is used to underpin the science curriculum experience, then the classroom will be providing an intellectual space in which students are given freedom to examine the complex interplay of the social, cultural, emotional, and intellectual dimensions underpinning scientific discursive practices. In such a liberating classroom, students are engaged in an open narrative to interrogate the nature of science and, indeed, to question what counts as normal science and the diverse and complex value systems that scientists bring to their work. The ultimate goal of this approach aligns with the broader struggles for justice and democracy as articulated by Freire. What is more, students develop critical science agency, which helps them to develop consciousness of freedom recognize authoritarian tendencies, and connect knowledge to power and the ability to take constructive action. I pause here to note a new concept, critical science agency, when critical theory is placed at the core of science recurriculation. So what is this critical science agency? Critical science agency involves using science knowledge and practices with other forms of expertise to address issues of injustice. Critical science agency focuses on how intentional social activity can be transformative and advances beyond an access view of educational equity. When we reflect on critical humanizing pedagogy in science recurriculation, a similar concept also evolves, referred to as critical science education. And critical science education is presented as an alternative pedagogical approach which favors the participation of ethnic, racial, and religious minorities in the scientific endeavor, while at the same time promotes a stance against racism, discrimination, and generally every form of oppression. Here the word oppression surfaces again. You have to forgive me, I'm in language, so we love the reflecting on just the word. Oppression. Back to the learning and teaching vision of the university, to liberate from what? What is oppressive in this encounter? Implementing a critical humanizing pedagogy will have some important reflections and considerations. Firstly, there are no magical methods. I reflect on another workshop I conducted, and there was a science colleague there, and the colleague, blurted out, "Enough with all the theory. Just give me a toolbox of best practices." And you might be feeling that way. And when you listen to the speakers coming up, you are looking for, well, where's the best practice? And you find every speaker going back to theory. Because a best practice is deeply contextual and very difficult to transpose that to another. And so it's safer in the humanities to go back to theory and say, well, what fits here? And there's a word that Dr. Mueng used of, of relation. And we find, she mentioned that there are different pedagogies. And now we reflect on a pedagogy of relation. How do we connect? How are these different concepts connected? How is Africanization connected to a pedagogy of Ubuntu, connected to a pedagogy of humanizing pedagogy? How are all of these things connected? And also, how do they diverge? So Bartolome argues there are no magical methods when you want to enact a humanizing pedagogy, but there are fundamental tenets and practices that can guide teachers to counter oppressive and exclusionary practices. With a humanizing pedagogy, it's not about the destination, because we won't really be able to measure that destination. But we can reflect on the journey we are taking, counteracting these notions. When you implement a humanizing pedagogy, a significant challenge that you could face is that the students aren't prepared for a transformative learning experience. We talk about sharing power. And so in my practices as an academic, as a lecturer, one of the brave positions that a teacher must take is to share the power. And so I've tried this in postgraduate modules, where I would say to the students, okay, you choose your assessment. Now, this might sound crazy. How do you ask a student to choose the assessment? Because this gnaws away at the power vested in the lecturer. I have this power. How do you hand this power over? And so this Professor Rohit from the States presented on this, that you share this power, and in that there is a process of mutual humanization. So you have to scaffold the student experience. You have to engage in dialogue to determine the site of oppression. This is another important point, that we can't enter a space saying, well, this is the place of oppression and I need to liberate you from it. For again, we have excluded the student voice. It is the student with the lecturer who has to determine, well, what is oppressive within that context. And I'll close on this slide here, on the point on the slide, that it is challenging to implement a humanizing pedagogy on large scale. It is quite challenging, and it's more effective on a smaller scale. I share with you a very interesting study that occurred in 2021, where at the University of Florida, they interviewed 11 of the learning and teaching award-winning, staff, and they said, how do you engage? And they found that there's a humanizing pedagogy prevalent, prevailing, in the practices of these award-winning teachers. And they then theorized the humanizing pedagogy of engagement, that you have to engage with your students on a relational and intellectual level. You have to engage with the content as the lecturer. How committed are you to the content? What is your connection with that content? You have to get students to engage with the content. How do they relate to it? And you have to engage with teaching practices. So some guidelines, and I don't have time to go through all of them, but some guidelines that I leave you with, dear colleagues, for a critical humanizing pedagogy in the science curricula. By looking at a problem posing approach, move away from a traditional banking model of education, where knowledge is deposited into passive students, and adopt a problem posing approach. In terms of contextualization, connect scientific concepts and theories to real life contexts and experiences that are relevant to students' lives. In terms of dialogue and praxis, emphasize the importance of dialogue between students and instructors, creating spaces for open and respectful discussions. With regards to conscientization, foster critical awareness and consciousness among students about the social, economic, and political dimensions of scientific knowledge and its impact on society. In terms of liberation and empowerment, create an inclusive learning environment that values diverse perspectives, experiences, and ways of knowing. And in terms of assessment, rethink traditional assessment methods and incorporate alternative approaches that align with the principles of critical humanizing pedagogy. As I close, there is a need for critical humanizing pedagogy in curriculum renewal of science education, and there's substantial benefit for students, lecturers, and society. And I close by asking you to embrace this transformative approach and actively contribute to reshaping education. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Raban. These very high level concepts, colleagues, we must allow some time. So please forgive the program. We will attempt to direct the ship timelessly. So we still have another presentation, colleagues, before we go to the discussion and then to lunch. We will now call upon Professor Margaret Blackie, who will be talking to us on transdisciplinary approaches in science education. She's joining us today all the way from Rhodes. So it's a pleasure to have you here, Prof.
Thank you, colleagues. I will attempt to be brief in my presentation. So I've been asked this morning to talk about transdisciplinary approaches in science education. And I am based now at the Center for Higher Education Research, Teaching and Learning. But I thought it'd be helpful just to sort of frame why I have the audacity to talk about this at all. And just to say, in terms of teaching, before joining Rhodes, I was at Stellenbosch University, where I taught chemistry across 3 different faculties, the Faculty of Health Sciences, in science itself, and in engineering. Now I'm teaching in the education faculty and the PhD in higher education studies. And this may come as something of a out of left field thing. I've also taught at Stellenbosch in the Faculty of Theology in MTH and MDiv. And my research publications are likewise ridiculously scattered over chemistry, education, and theology. So I've operated in different spaces is the takeaway of that. So really what I want to focus on in this presentation, and I will try and keep it relatively short, is what do we mean by transdisciplinarity? because that word has been bandied around this morning. And I'm not sure that everyone is using it to mean quite the same thing. And I say this because I had a presumption around what transdisciplinarity meant. And then I was invited onto a transdisciplinary project and discovered that they were talking about a very different kind of transdisciplinarity. So I think we have to be clear on when we're thinking about this notion of transdisciplinarity, if that is a priority for Nelson Mandela University, we have to be very clear what that means. So it gets used in two different ways, both of which are important. There's transdisciplinarity within the academy and transdisciplinarity beyond the academy. And in order to think about, I'll define what those two differences are in a minute, but we have to be very clear, particularly within the Faculty of Science, to say, what are we educating for? And fundamentally, in science, explanatory power matters. That is what we're after. So this is taken from a paper that I wrote for the Journal of Critical Realism, is actually thinking about what are we teaching? This distinction between chemistry as science and chemistry as technology. Chemistry as science, what we are doing there is looking at the physical world and trying to develop concepts to explain what we see in the physical world. Now, for some sciences that are relatively well established, like chemistry, for example, much of the research that is going on in our research labs across South Africa is actually using chemistry as technology. We're taking the concepts as given, and we're using them in new applications to develop new technologies. And that view of what science is then it shapes how we teach, but we don't really think about that. What are we educating for? So the second thing I just want to point to is, again, a second paper that was formed part of my second PhD. So I have a PhD in chemistry and one in education. This was part of my PhD in education, is really looking at assessment. And I developed this thing called the epistemic assessment framework, which, after realizing that a lot of our chemistry assessments were not, in fact, assessing the underlying principle. We presumed that if a student could balance a chemical equation, they understood the underlying principle of preservation of matter. But where's the evidence that they've got that? So developing this framework really helped. We found it much more useful than Bloom's taxonomy in chemistry, sort of in the chemistry department at Stellenbosch, because it allows us to really look at what are we actually testing in this particular question. So I just want to be very clear here that in thinking about transdisciplinarity, we cannot we've got to make sure that our knowledge building approach is appropriately scaffolded. Otherwise, we're giving a paper thin, sort of a very thin scattering of information on different subjects. So really thinking about what does knowledge building mean in this field has got to be the essential foundation before we start to think about transdisciplinarity. That has to be in place. So what does transdisciplinarity mean within the academy? And I think here, I turn to the work of Zach Stein here, is looking at these beautiful different ways of thinking about both disciplinary research and all the way down to transdisciplinarity. Crucially here, he makes the distinction between what that looks like for an individual and what that looks like for a group. So in a disciplinary situation, for the individual, the individual would produce new knowledge based on a single set of conceptions and one methodological approach. And if we're going to actually educate our students, we have to provide them with good disciplinary knowledge in one discipline. Otherwise, they are not appropriately scaffolded to transfer. This is that knowledge building, knowing what it is to construct knowledge in a discipline is the foundation for lifelong learning. For groups, again, that's just producing, it's many people constructing knowledge in that one way. For the individual, a multidisciplinary approach can then relate to other disciplines and may employ concepts or methods from these disciplines. For the group recognizes results produced by related disciplines. And certainly when I was working in medicinal chemistry, that would have been something like a multidisciplinary approach of we would make molecules in my lab and then send them off to another lab to get the biological testing and produce a paper across these two disciplines, which would be a multidisciplinary approach. Cross-disciplinary, then the individual actively communicates with other disciplines to solve their own problems. Cross-disciplinary for the group, again, is similar to that. Interdisciplinary, the individual has a primary competence and a secondary one. The secondary one is known sufficiently well to make a contribution to that field. Most academics, as individuals, will never get to the interdisciplinary space. And certainly most of my own research across chemistry, education, and theology has sat in that interdisciplinary band. In what that looks like as a collective is that groups subsume at least 2 disciplinary subgroups, one of which will be primary, capable of solving problems beyond either discipline. So at that interdisciplinary level, you start to get the emergence of new knowledge that could not be solved by each discipline on its own. And then finally, transdisciplinary, individuals have at least 2 competences, neither is primary. They can contribute to both fields and generate a transdisciplinary perspective. It's very unusual to find that in an individual. But in a group, where you have multiple individuals who are capable of communicating across disciplines, again, you have the possibility for this emergent space. So I think we've got to be very careful when we're thinking about transdisciplinary. If we don't have this vision of emergence, the emergence of new knowledge, what can happen is that you end up with a very thin veneer of information from this discipline and this discipline, neither of which really talk to one another. And what are we really expecting of our students to be able to do this? At what level? What is the scaffolding across the faculty in terms of research? What is the scaffolding between faculties in terms of research? What is the scaffolding? What are the affordances of students moving between spaces? Knowing that for many students, despite their great desires to think, I'm going to link these 2 beautiful things which have no relation to one another, building knowledge across 2 very, very different fields is very difficult to do. It's basically like learning Chinese and French and trying to get those 2 things to talk to one another without a translation device. So what does that mean for education? One has to have sufficient depth in one discipline before one can contribute to transdisciplinary projects. A little knowledge about a lot of fields will diminish the value of an undergraduate education and will not set students up for lifelong learning. So real knowledge building in one field sets the student up much better. So that's transdisciplinarity within the academy. The second meaning of transdisciplinarity is beyond the academy. And this this definition comes from this paper. Transdisciplinary research seeks to integrate diverse knowledge from academic and non-academic actors to co-produce knowledge or solution options while reconciling values and preferences and creating ownership for problems as well as solutions. So the way in which Professor Hoppers was using transdisciplinarity is much more aligned with this focus of transdisciplinarity. And this indeed has an important role in terms of what we are doing within the academy. There are a couple of ways that this is obviously located within the university already. Service learning and community engagement, those have already been spoken about this morning. I think one aspect that really across higher education we could do far, far, far better at, and I think we're going to have to get far better at doing this, is the communication of scientific knowledge to the community. Because with the rise of generative AI, there is going to be a question about the value of higher education, and certainly the value of this beautiful research spaces that we have in higher education. And unless we become really adept at communicating well the value of what we do to a broad audience, the creative space that we have in the academy, I think, will come under threat. So the invitation then for me is, from me, is to really think about how we create curricula for knowledge building, not for knowledge transfer or the banking version, right? It's how do we create curricula for knowledge building, and how do we ensure that our assessments are aligned with knowledge building? Because if we do that adequately in each discipline, it will allow students a far greater capacity to inhabit different knowledge spaces. So if we want the capacity for transdisciplinarity within our students, to make this visible is going to be essential so that students aren't confused by the complexity of the task that they are trying to undertake. And secondly, so that would be sort of the within the academy invitation, and secondly, the beyond the academy invitation, to really create opportunities to connect with the local community so that our research is responsive to this environment. And again, that intersects quite well with the view from the South. What does a Southern version of science look like? Well, it's a version of science that is attending to the problems of the South, the problems of the city. So that's my piece. Hopefully that was useful.
Thank you very much, Prof. We are now going to, colleagues, move on to a short discussion just to get thought flowing in the room. I'm going to invite colleagues to possibly use their cards for burning questions or items that they want to include. Then we're going to call on the DVC to come and lead us in a 10-minute discussion before we adjourn for lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome back. Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you had a wonderful lunch despite the bit of angst and rush state we put you in. We hope that this next session will be much more smooth sailing. The presenters have agreed to take 15 to 16 minutes to present. So hopefully we will be able to procure some of the time. And I have signed agreement. I'm not dehumanizing anyone when I stand up, colleagues. Yes. So I want to welcome you all back to our third session on analysis, alignments, and processes. Our first speaker is Mr. Mike Swanepoel, who is the current Director of Digital Learning Experiences, Design and Innovation Cluster, LXD, housed in the LT Collabs.
Afternoon, everybody. Zeni, you've got rocks in your head. I come from humanities as well. You see how empty the seats are. Just saying. Much simpler conversation. I was saying to some colleagues, I normally have about a 200 slide deck, and it's a 4-day conversation that we have, and you've asked me to do this in 20 minutes. So I'm just going to stick to bare bones. So digital transformation is not about technology, it's about people. And I'm going to emphasize that it took COVID for most of you to actually switch on Moodle. So, and that was there was actually a 5-year plan to get you to switch it on. But kind of, so we invented COVID, and then, so what's happened is that it's actually accelerated digital transformation at that basic level in terms of the LMS. Of course, what is on the LMS is what's problematic. So at the moment, just for some basic stats for those of you who might not know, we have 2.5 million logins a month. We have nearly 1 billion interactions a year on Moodle at the moment. That in Fees Must Fall 2014, the total interactions for the year was 2 million. So there's an exponential growth in terms of what's going on there. It's what's going on it, and especially the curriculums have not adjusted. So this is not just the science things any, this is everybody who's got a problem here. So this is Nomboniso, lovely girl. Except she's not a girl. She's AI generated imagery. So this is completely AI. It's not derived from photographs. It's built by. So, and we need to kind of get our heads around this quite quickly as well. So in our work in the studio, LXD studio, you'll start seeing banners on Moodle that are no longer illustrated, like the little graphic illustration that I started with. There will be photographs. All of those are AI generated. So the point about this, though, is that all the research is showing that the AI-generated imagery have got a higher trust factor. So if you look here, you can see that your synth with the S versus R. So there's a 9% trust factor for the person second from the bottom, 13% for the bottom, but up to 89%. So you can build that in, obviously, into the algorithm. Give me a trusting looking person, that sort of thing. Okay, so, and then of course you've got something like Synthesia, which is a talking head for video, built on exactly the same kind of technology. So you can choose your culture, all of that, and then you can go to ChatGPT, go give me a lecture on critical crossfield outcomes, whatever it is, and off you go and paste it into the bottom, in the text box at the bottom, and you've got a talking head. So what you've got here is the possibility of just being in Senegal at the eLearning Africa conference. And what was posited there are two big things. Bill Gates predicted that AI would change two areas primarily, and it would be healthcare and education. And what they're talking about is the universal teacher and a universal doctor, using AI to do that pre-diagnostic work in the healthcare environment. It's free or very low cost. And the research is showing that people trust AI doctors more. The stats actually show that they are more accurate. They have 1% error compared to 5 in humans. But they're also finding AI more empathetic. And it's because of the sausage machine of doctors. You know, you're in 5 minutes, you've got a cold, out you go. No conversation, any of that stuff. So I'm just placing it to give you just some context, and then, of course, the universal teacher. One of our greatest challenges is video in learning management systems, not because of the data and that, because lecturers are so poor in front of a camera. I lectured for 22 years, I can say that. Okay, so we're very poor. And the minute you go into front of a camera, now you've got to say something. And we get that whole stiffness, etc., and take after take, and it's not working. So this gives us a way out at many levels. It's preferable from our perspective in production. So at this university, they've just introduced their first AI student. That is her. And she has a social media account, Weibo, all of those things. She chats, it's a whole marketing thing. I don't have time to play it for you, but she's going to enroll as a student. So, you know, what that means and how they intend using her is obviously questionable. Obviously a lot of marketing, but also there'll be elements of learning that become quite interesting when you start having an AI in your class. And then, of course, everybody's talking about ChatGPT. And there are a couple of things that were most interesting for me in the context of one of the email that we got is focus on language as one of one of the things to talk about. So let's talk about chat very quickly. If you went to university, ChatGPT is coming after your job first, statistically. Reading 8 hours a day, it will take you 22,000 years to read the text and knowledge that is sitting inside the database at the moment. And that's in 3.5. We've probably generated more knowledge since then on 4 as new people come in than all of that. And these are the big areas of productivity that change if you use ChatGPT or AI, generative AI, and language-based AI, NLP AI. Ideation, writing, background for research. I've started using that myself. Data analysis, coding. So the coders are onto this in terms of being able to check their syntax, also to look to port languages from one to another, whatever genre you'd have to help Python to C or whatever it might be, that kind of idea. And then, of course, mathematics. And of interest to the faculty is Wolfram's got a plugin for ChatGPT. And so that is starting to take effect already. Yes.
Coders are 4 to 6 times more productive.
100%.
They use ChatGPT.
100%. So I haven't included a productivity graph, but an 8-hour job is taking about 90 minutes to 40 at the moment, something like that. So ChatGPT is conversant, and this is the most important point that I want to highlight for this part of the presentation, is that it is conversant in 95 languages, and the next version will have 400 languages. The language models are starting to teach themselves. So I forget which Indian dialect it is, but the head of Google is the language, and they'd never taught the model to speak that particular dialect, and it started speaking it. And it's obviously learning around it. Facebook is creating an AI with a database of 4,000 languages. There are only 7,000 spoken languages in the world. So, and that is coming. And then I've already mentioned that Wolfram is already a plugin in ChatGPT and the mini plugins. And so from a mathematical perspective, the question is, how do you use that? Anne and I were talking at lunch. Her husband is using chat plugged in for maths and MATLAB and all of these things. So hold that thought. It's like a random AI conversation. We're switching completely now. I was at a conference in London last year, and it was presented. This particular deck was shown by McKinsey, and for me, it triggered the light bulb kind of went off. In terms of, they were showing it's about future skills of work and employment, and this particular slide was looking at the happiness of employment and the increase in salary if you are hired with these skills. And of course, what we're talking about here is everything that is not in a traditional curricula. Adaptability, coping with uncertainty, synthesizing messages, fostering inclusiveness. And then income, if you're going to increase your earning, work plan development, organizational awareness, self-confidence. How do we measure, even begin to teach self-confidence? And then job satisfaction, if you're self-motivated, coping with uncertainty and self-confidence. So they keep on coming up. So my question would be, okay, so how do we foreground this in a curriculum? I'm not even asking what do we teach. I'm going, how do we get it into the curriculum so that we actually are aware of it? And they showed, and these types of slides many of us have started seeing, but you can see that the move is now to cognitive skills, socio-emotional skills, and technological skills. This was US and Europe. And during COVID, there were these changes. So the longer the line, the more the focus, and the bigger the focus by industry. And this conference, I picked it particularly because it was non-academic. I wanted to go to an industry conference. I wanted to see what industry was doing. So the people there are Amazon, Novartis, all the biggest companies in the world were present. And this is the kind of 18,500 respondents on this research. So you can see interpersonal skills and empathy, how long that line has suddenly got. And this is the framework that they're using. They call it distinct elements of talent, deltas. And there are many frameworks. At our university, we've got the co-curricular framework, which has got 15 categories. So each block is a category in this particular case. And there are 59 points, measuring many of the similar things in the co-curricular activities. And of course, critical thinking, communication. And these were the things that give you the data that came out in the slide deck. These are the questions. And again, how do we, if this was my framework and I was teaching and I wanted to include this as the basis to my curriculum or my syllabus, whichever way around you want to do it, and how do I get it into the curriculum? And so the intention of this delta was, how do you keep employees and citizens relevant to machines, operate successfully in digital environments, and increase the adaptability? That was kind of the notion of this framework. And then there are gaps in the deltas. And none of these scores are particularly high. You know, top is 100%, just in case anybody's thinking this isn't percentages. So 62 is kind of the top. 63 for entrepreneurship is kind of be doing okay. But mostly in our digital literacies, and you can include anything in the ethics, all of that, we score very low. And this is globally. And at education systems, what we see are the lowest correlation, the things that we are worst at are on the left-hand side. Digital ethics, coping, uncertainty, ownership, decisiveness, self-confidence, resolving conflicts, all of those things. And those are the things in that hiring map, the very first slide that I showed you, that people are hiring based on. And we're not teaching it. So what are the implications for curricula? How do we do this? And just before we touch on that, is just what are our modes? It's face-to-face, synchronous, online, asynchronous, and we don't have time to go into all of this. And then, of course, there's hybrid. And then there's high flex, which is kind of where we're probably all going to be aiming to in the end. High flex means that a student can switch between fully online or face-to-face or any combination, and in either stream or either combination of the stream, they'll get the same outcome. So if you're planning that way, it has a whole implication for how you plan your curriculum. Can we deliver this thing fully online only? And can we do it face-to-face only? And can we blend it? So it's about the mindset. It's achieving this is extremely difficult. Seni and I just touched on how packed the curricula are at the moment. So how might we include and measure soft attributes and non-core skills? ChatGPT right now is a non-core skill. I would argue it's a core skill, but it's non-core in our curricula as they are. And anybody who's done recurriculation, how long does it take to get your course through from conception through Pretoria and back? 4 years. And we're moving exponentially where all the graphs are going straight up in terms of how quickly things are changing and moving. By the time we've done 4 years, ChatGPT is going to be old hat, most likely. So how do we deal with that? And how do we embed these elements? And whether it's chat or whether it's these soft elements or anything else, any other framework. So we've got a tool that I've acquired, and it was part of our online modules. We were building fully online modules, and we wanted a quicker way of being able to do the curriculation around it. What you're looking at here is the traditional MBA, and these are all the modules. So in CourseTune, you capture them. And on the right-hand side over here, you've got mappings. So our graduate attributes I've imported there. We've got Mandela values. We've got the NQF. You've got an MBA competency framework. You've got exit levels for the qualification. And then I've just, for sake of argument, brought in the SAICA technical level 1. SAICA is the Institute of Accountants of South Africa. Their competency modules or their mapping module constitutes 4,500 outcomes. That is 2.5 outcomes per week, per module. So it's just impossible. So what they do in accounting is on a Friday, there's no teaching. They're spending their time doing the admin, tracking the SAICA competencies against what I call the Pretoria competencies, the exit level outcome as registered. And of course, that is taking an enormous amount of time. But if we're able to map it and then bring it into Moodle as mapped, then you're able to report automatically. And that's kind of part of the goal, is lowering the administrative load. Quality assurance, Linda, that question we just had now at coffee. So this is what the modules look like. And what you're looking at there is the whole cluster of modules. But if you zoom in on a module, and of course, I'm a visual person. So for me, this made complete sense in terms of what I'm looking at here is a module. I can choose a learning model. There are 8 that you can choose: Bloom's taxonomy, think, whatever it is, as core. In other words, you can then go show me all of the elements or units that were taught at Bloom's taxonomy level 6. And you'd be able to track that visually, and I'll show you how that works. But what you're working in inside out very quickly is that you've got your units that are the smaller circles from the outside first layer out. Then you've got your learning objectives, what is being taught. That's all the words that you're seeing over there. The green is showing you all the formative assessment that is associated with that. And the orange is showing you all the summative assessment that is attached to it. So instantly I can see. And then within that, we've got learning scales. In this particular case, it's introductory, reinforcement, and mastery are the learning scales. So we're looking at scaffolding. Unit 1 is all black, introduction. Unit 2 is black with some reinforcement. We're starting to head into complete reinforcement in Unit 3 and then into mastery where the blue starts coming in. So immediately just looking at it, I can see this is a scaffolded module. What the model is can be anything that you determine. I'm looking at Margaret's stuff. Any of those tables that you showed could very easily be incorporated here. So in a snapshot, I can see, and you can see all of these orange and red are actually, you can click on assignments and it will show you everything that is an assignment. And it will also take you to the Moodle assessment where it actually takes place. So as for the colleagues, the intention here is that you work here. You guys work here. It's got a communication tool. You can leave notes for colleagues on the particular module, and you can see all of that. Anybody from the outside can come have a look at what your assessments are and your items that you've attached, your resources, etc. So that is what you could see just by working in this tool. What we do in the studio in the LXD side is we use this as the blueprint to build your Moodle course. So we go, Unit 1 is a PowerPoint presentation, and we would do the conversions of that, whatever, and put it into Moodle, and we'd be able to track your mapping. On the right-hand side, so this is just curriculum as you understand it in your module. And here you've got outcome, you've got a different view, a second view that gives you your outcomes. So this is your units, what you're teaching, your module outcomes. These are there. I added one just to show you what happens. I added a lesson in a unit, and it shows immediately as orphaned. I have not associated it to an outcome in the module. And that is what we're looking for when we're working on it, because what we're finding is a lot of the teaching is going on and we cannot map it. I'm going, I don't know where to put this thing. There's no outcome that matches what you're teaching here. So it highlights that very quickly. And then just to show you, once you've got something mapped, if you, in this particular case, I'm mapping the co-curricular record. This is the CCR program that is in Moodle now. But in CourseTune, I've clicked on understanding and appreciating diversity. I wanted to see how often that is foregrounded in all of the modules that make up this course. And here you can see it's in 4 different places. And so I could do the same with Bloom's taxonomy. I could do it with any element that I've mapped. And the mapping is up to you, whether it's humanizing pedagogy or whether it's anything else. Whatever the map is, you can actually map it and measure it. Most important, trying to stick to my time here, is that once you've done the mapping, you're able to import those maps directly from CourseTune into Moodle. So I've imported the co-curricular record into Moodle as a competency framework. And now that it's in Moodle, I can assign it, each of these competencies, to the actual activity. So in the middle slide, you're seeing activities, SCORMs and PowerPoints and whatever, where I can say if the student does this particular video or watches it or whatever it is, or completes this quiz, that would give them a step towards a badge, because it allows us to activate the badging for completion. So the last thing that I want to say, and the badges are a really important part of the deal here. So we've got 15 badges because there are 15 categories. There would be 3 levels of badge in each category: first years, second years, third years, but you can map across all the years to create a single outcome as a badge. The intention here, coming back to this very first slide, which I hope is next, I don't have preview here, I don't, is the first with the bar charts that I showed you, is that what we're trying to work out is that when somebody is looking to employ our students, they come to you, goes, Zeni, give me a good student, whatever. And what is happening with that graph that I showed you from the McKinsey report is that I'm not interested in the qualification that you have. I want to know, are you adaptable, resilient? Are you a team player? Can you collaborate? Can you do all of those things? And if we've activated the badge system on our students, the intention here is to be able to issue a badge from the university, endorsed by the university, that gets kept on the student record like their certificate does. And that they can then take with them onto LinkedIn or whichever platform they want to do. Then you go, you want to hire our best student. This student had a cum laude and they've got a Change the World badge. That means they've done all of the co-curricular activities across all 15 categories. And they've scored cum on their actual course. So that's, in a nutshell, as quick as I can show, what CourseTune allows us to do. And then remembering, it's about people. This is all about people. It's not about the technology. This is a tech, some of you are going, I hate this. Some of you are going, I love it. You've got to see the value of it for yourselves. And if you see value, then start the conversation because we can help you on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So colleagues, will move right on to our next presenter, which is Dr. Sibukashe, who will be talking about alignment of the curriculum with graduate attributes. He's a senior manager in academic planning. Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I think I'm at my time has been reduced, but I'll try to be as quick as possible and as effective as possible. What I'm looking at here is the issue of how do we align the graduate attributes to the curriculum, be it the undergraduate or be it the postgraduate curriculum. And I know the issue of graduate attributes is something that has been talked about throughout the world in most of these higher education institutions. And the question in how do we embed, integrate, align, and has always been that question, which one are we going for? Are we aligning with the curriculum? Are we embedding them, or are we integrating them into the curriculum? What I'm going to be talking about today, colleagues, is I will start by looking at this cycle, which is in actual fact what is informing why we are here today, and then try and locate where these graduate attributes are fitting into this. At this point in time, when we're talking of the recalculation, it means that now the assumption will be the program has been evaluated. So which means therefore that now we are at this stage. So therefore, when we go further into the development of these new specializations, something has been mentioned by speakers before me about the issue of us understanding the type of students that we have. Now, when we understand the type of student that we have, we understand what the industry or the world of work wants from us. Then it means that for that now, when we do the identification of the problem, when we do our needs analysis, which will even inform the exit level outcomes that we develop from a particular program, then it means we'll be having everything or most of the gaps closed. Okay. Now, the question again will come. Now, the institution has a mission and vision. The university has strategies. The university is talking about us having graduate attributes. So, which means that now we want to see. No, this is not the right one. Shucks. You like it? Can I have my laptop? Yes, I sent. Okay, which then means therefore, okay, let me stay here for now. Which therefore means that now the type of students that we have, as the industry has complained to us that, you know, the students that we are giving us are not really what we want. We need students that can. So what I'm going to be talking about, colleagues, is that adding to this is, remember, when we are to do a program development, we are working in a bureaucratic state. So which then means that now we need to also satisfy our legislation within the university and within the country. So therefore, that means program design will be influenced by the philosophical factors, and we will also be influenced by the legislative factors. Okay. Now, as I said here, that now the situation that I'm faced with here is that we have identified the needs, we have developed the exit level outcomes, but now where do we fit in the graduate attributes? Now, the issue of the outcomes within the development of a program, it then means that now we need to talk to, thank you so much. You know, having to have this quite a number of these presentations So you have to look at the audience. This time around, I have to switch from that one, which was having for another audience. Okay. Colleagues, as I said, that when we are to do to develop a program, these are the most of the factors that we need to look at. The issue of the exit level outcomes, which we have generated from the needs analysis. And now SAQA also dictates to us that we need to look at the level descriptors so that each level we know what is being taught and also being assessed. The taxonomies, it depends which one you choose about. And then there's the graduate attributes. I've highlighted that because this is where my focus will be. And also the mode of delivery and also the view. How do we view education? Are we really looking at the lecturer based, or we're looking at the student centeredness? But one of the other things that I've also come across with in my working with academics is the issue of understanding. What are really graduate attributes? And there's a consortium that came up with this definition, which was formed in Australia some years back, where they looked at saying they define the graduate attributes as being the qualities, the skills, and the understanding. Now, these skills and qualities and understandings are what, as the Nelson Mandela, all of us as the academics in the Nelson Mandela University should have common understanding. What type of a student do you want as a Nelson Mandela University? And another thing that I also highlighted here was, what is a curriculum? When we talk of a curriculum, are we talking of topics, which is the narrow definition of a curriculum? But if we are talking of a curriculum, it means if we were to look at the broad view of curriculum, we're talking of planned events. And now it's all the learning of students that is planned. So the curriculum does not just come out of the air and say, now let me just go and do and teach this topic. It's something that needs to be planned, because you need to look at your assessment criteria. You need to look at your teaching and learning activities and all that. Now, where do these two meet? The curriculum and the graduate attributes will definitely meet when we talk of the constructive alignment. Reason being, when we talk of graduate attributes, we are talking of the outcomes, expected outcomes, what we want the student to be able to display at the end of their journey within the university. And again, when we talk of the curriculum, we do have also the exit level outcomes that are there. So which then means now we need to bind the two together so that at least we know how do we ensure that the graduate attributes, the curriculum talk to one another so that we can have one single understanding in terms of the comprehensive outcomes. Now, I'm sure all of us are aware of this, the constructive alignment triangle, but this is the framework that I'm suggesting, colleagues. Now, my suggestion here is that at the moment, we have the Nelson Mandela University graduate attributes, okay? And at the moment, we've got the learning outcomes that we have in a specific discipline. Now, how do we have these things to talk to one another? Because at the end of the day, we said here earlier on, it was mentioned here that students will learn something if they know that is going to be assessed. So which then means that now when we do this mapping, these two should come together. That's why I was calling them as the performance, integrated performance indicators, because what we do the mapping. You want the students to be able to work in groups, which is one of the graduate attributes, collaboration. But now you never taught them what they should be doing in groups. Okay. Another thing, no, it's science, it's math. It doesn't really matter if these students don't use the correct language. But at the same time, we want these students to be able to communicate fairly well. Is it really fair to say we expect something, but we don't teach them? Or are we expecting, okay, fine, I understand that these students are not coming here as empty vessels, but it means that now we need also to add to what they are coming here with. Okay. So After we have added these two together, then it means at the end we are going to design what we call as the teaching and learning activities, because the challenge that we'll be having is to have the learning outcome of the discipline, and then alongside with it, come to class today. Good afternoon, students. Today I'm going to be teaching you about group work. That's not part of the syllabus. But if you are going to infuse that into your lesson of that particular day, and let the students feel that now working in a group is as important as these outcomes that they are learning. So that is why I'm talking of these teaching and learning activities. Just as a reminder, these are the university graduate attributes, and I've seen quite, it's interesting to note that the middle part, which is the learning and innovation competencies, are all of them, including the other one, are the outcomes, or sorry, are the skills for the 21st century. So which means now we are on it, and we need to make sure that our students, when they go out there, they do have these skills. Now, in closing, this is not easy to do, colleagues, because when we are to do this integration or this embedding or this alignment, it means we have to sit down, Prof. Chentu. We need to sit down and do a mapping, so that it's either we say one attribute can be assigned to a particular module, or we see which attribute can be able to run across all of them. And how are we going to assess them? Are we going to assess them, or are we going to teach them? And study has revealed, if we just teach them and not assess them, then that becomes a challenge, because it means at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to achieve this. This is the assignment for the next meeting that we can have, of how we're going to sit down and map these graduate attributes. Thank you so much, colleagues. I hope the glitch that happened earlier on didn't deter your listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc. You saved us a lot of time despite your glitch, so we are thankful. We are going to call up next Ms. Anne Mart Olsen, an academic developer in Altico Labs, and Dr. Nolutando Tony, the Director of Teaching Development in Learning and Teaching Collaborative for Success in Altico Labs.
Okay, so as Z already pointed out, and many others, curriculum is central to our academic project, except many of us, myself included, was incredibly overwhelmed by the esoteric nature of curriculum. I remember when I had my first interview at this institution about a decade ago, I was asked a question about curriculum and I answered it. And Lawrence Besaidner asked the question again and I answered it again. And he asked me a third time. And I looked at him and I said to him, okay, I've taught interview skills to my students. I know I'm not giving you the right answer. So if you employ me, chalk this up to my professional development. So the fact that I'm here, it's either the fact that I was really likable, or they liked the fact that I was open to being developed. So it is, but it does actually align to what we do. And it aligns to our teaching and learning policy. It aligns to what we do every day in the classroom. All of us are practicing curriculum. Even if we're not designing or developing it, we are doing it. And often it is being done to us or done to our students. So this is why we're kind of looking at it like this. We approach it as consultative. That is how you pronounce that, consultative. Oh yeah, in any case, I'm running out of English rapidly. I'm a little Afrikaans messy. So we often perceived as gatekeepers because a lot of the documents that need to go to the acronyms in the system, the APC, the ECS, have to come past our desks. So which is why we try to consult before that process starts, which is what we will be doing. I think I'm seeing you all well, many of you, not all of you, in July, so that we can capacitate and develop the curriculum together, so that we don't. It's like, oh, I don't want to deal with Anne again. I don't want to deal with me sometimes, so I don't blame you. So, and then finally, it needs to be fit for purpose. And I think that's been touched on quite a bit, where Our learning and teaching policy tells us, and I'm going to try and read this actually, it's not merely a catchphrase. It actually says that it highlights the quality of the learning experience and the environment to develop the capabilities, potential, intellectual independence of our students and staff. So in addition to the fact that fit for purpose includes the national directives, it also means that for us, it needs to be fit for purpose to our learning and teaching policy, but also to your strategic priorities as a faculty. It needs to build and work for you as scientists at the end of the day. So yeah, finally, and for this one at least, it's not just a syllabus. And I think that's been emphasized enough. It's not only the content that we teach. It is actually a lot more than that. And this is not an extensive list, but all of these words are not only buzzwords that you've encountered. If we think about, most of us have spoken about today, transformation, decoloniality or decolonization, social justice, digitalization, I'm not going to read them to you, but that's national directives, that's filters down. So we have this nested approach. And then eventually what happens at institutional level filters down into what happens into our classrooms and how we actually as academics translate the knowledge that we have, which is often where that power dynamic comes in that Mukhtar was also referring to, where we do have certain positions of power. It's not only science. Okay, I do feel that little bit of oppression from science because I live with a bunch of scientists at home. So I'm physically outnumbered as a what am I? I'm social sciences, psychologist, educationist. I don't know, running out of ideas. So, but that's basically the approach that we have, in the sense that we need to look at everything holistically. There's not one thing in isolation.
Okay, I think our work has been made easier by Mzi and Mike when they spoke about alignment. And Mzi, I have decided to use a roadmap. Mike, before we go to technology, I'm a social scientist. I like bringing people in one room and force them to talk to each other because it doesn't help. I want to say first, it is always important to be conscious of the detailed plans that we are putting together. Yes, at times we are perceived as gatekeepers because when we look at those forms, we make comments and we send them back and then it gets irritated. What do you mean by this? Because we want you to be sure that whatever you write, you're not writing it for ECS to approve or to get accreditation. You're writing it to make it real for delivery. You're writing it to make it real for the experiences, because something about curriculum, it, as Anne said, it's not just the content and assessment, it's about the experiences, the learning experiences. So we are all familiar with outcomes-based education. So when we develop this program, we have the exit level outcomes. And from those exit level outcomes of the entire program, we look at the modules. Maybe that's where Mike comes in. But before I go even to costume, Mike, when we're sitting together, looking at this program holistically, we identify the modules. When we do the identification of the modules, we need to be asking ourselves, I am teaching this module that is part of this program, and here are the exit level outcomes of this program. Where does my module fit in? How and where do I contribute? Meaning that we need to be sure, we need to be deliberate in connecting the various aspects of the program design, implementation. And when you were talking about curriculum design, Z, you mentioned the review, where you need to identify the gap, because it's a constant thing. Then it's never ever going to stop. Yes, you might be talking about recurriculation now, but at some point you will use Mzi's language and terminology when you're talking about renewal, because you don't want it to be a routine. You don't want to go to your whatever and pull out the slides that you presented 10 years ago. Hence, it is important for us to be conscious. And I have already indirectly mentioned the holistic approach, because it's all about the attitudes. It's all about the skills that you want to instill, and that scaffolding, knowing that in this module, I will pitch it at this level. And when they proceed to Sidon's module, Sidon already knows what is happening in my module. So we don't complete these forms and forget about them and start teaching from our textbooks. Okay, and I'm not going to talk about mapping. I think Maggie also mentioned curriculum alignment and constructive alignment. I don't want to waste your time, but there's something that I have prepared that I must, because I won't be able to sleep well tonight if I don't say that. I'm not going to read what is there, but I do want to say to you, if you still had doubts about constructive alignment, you need to remember that it is the design for teaching in which what is intended students should learn and how they should express their learning is clearly stated before teaching takes place. You need, that's the planning that we are talking about, so that you design your teaching to engage students in learning activities that optimize their chances of achieving those outcomes. That's all that I want to say when it comes to the constructive alignment, because I do not wish for a minute to repeat what is said. I was hoping that Anne would start the discussion about curriculum for epistemological access. I thrive in those, in the ontologies of that, so I don't mind. So it's all about enabling access to knowledge of the discipline. The DVC spoke about the grammar of the discipline, and I want to talk about inducting students into the discourse of the discipline, because we're not teaching them. When you teach scientists, there's a certain way of thinking, because you can't teach that. You can model, you can engage, you can design the learning, teaching, and assessment strategies to a point that gives them that tunnel to the discourse of the discipline. So that's what we talk about. And also students' prior knowledge. I am not going to repeat what you said, Mukhta, about the banking model. We don't want to go there. But there's something that I want to emphasize is about how we engage students. The reason why I want to park here for a minute is because after COVID, when we engage with academics would say, students don't engage, they are silent. During COVID, they were hiding behind the computer screens. Now that we have them, they do not speak. We need to be creative enough to allow them to speak. The first question is, do we even know who our students are? How do we instill that sense of curiosity that would make them want to talk? Also, we have spoken, I don't want to go to your stories about deficit models, but I cannot not mention in Jackie's presence the importance of language. And when I talk about language, I don't mean the, what do you call it, Muki, when you switch for code switching and all of those things. I mean language in totality, like the context, the culture. What is it that will draw, that will make students draw from their language, from their existence, from their culture? And Jackie, it's all about the re-intellectualization of indigenous knowledge systems. You don't have to be fluent in isiXhosa to be able. If you ask Muki, where do you come from? I come from Grafrenet. You ask her about the culture. Yes, it's not homogeneous, about certain aspects. So you are engaging her. You are saying to her, you are important. I see you, you matter, you can engage, and you have something to contribute. And that would also, I like how Ayanda in the Faculty of Education does this language thing. She does it without the translanguaging and all of that. She dips into the culture. When she talks about menstruation, she will go to Ezilalini. What is Ilali? The villages. You know, what do we do when you go to Eklesheni, when you go to menstruation? Why is it called Engeni? Those are the forms of inclusion, diversity, and inclusion. I think I need to stop before I get carried away. I think I must hand over to you because I don't want to read to the slide. I just want to put the slide into context. You can finalize
The slide.
presentation.
Okay.
No, the presentation.
I just like the idea of participating in the community because that slides in nicely to mine because I'm currently not part of a community at home. I've got a budding mathematician and I've got a polymer chemist. Feel my pain. But at least I'm learning some scientific, sciencey language. I was also been lucky. I've attended more IOM conferences and microscopy conferences than I care to admit. So when you meet us, June, July, again, so it's I think it's July. I don't remember the dates, mid-July. The idea is you'll notice that we've got quite a big group, and I've asked that we have at least 1 or 2 academics per module that we'll be working on. But I'm putting all of us in one space together. The reason for that is that curriculum cannot happen in a vacuum. You cannot sit alone in your office and think about a module and know how it's going to speak to another module. So that's why we adopt a team approach. We want everyone to kind of think about, hey, I'm going to be teaching that. You're teaching that. There's overlap. Or my students don't know how to calculate because, well, that's because someone in first year took it out the curriculum and didn't tell you. But it was there. Those are the type of things that happens in these types of workshops. But this is also part of our investment in you. You are getting the first workshop is a capacity development workshop. I will give you all the resources, including that awesome booklet that Dr. Mueng mentioned about outcomes and various other ones that's been developed. And I don't have badges, Mark. I have gold stars. I give you gold stars for coming. But the idea is at the end of the day, we do give you the theory and curriculum, but you'll be practicing it. You'll be doing it at the time. We move away from that technicist approach where you're filling in forms, but we generate the data that you would need to complete the forms for APC and also to populate the course tune at the end of the day. So they do work quite nicely together. I am supposed to straddle somewhere between Nolutando and Mark, so there is a synergy at the same time. But the idea is it is creative design thinking, and with creativeness comes innovation. And I'm going to end with a promise. Last year, 2022, I did a curriculum workshop with every department except 2 in the entire health science faculty. Okay, so you will get the first one in July. And if you go ahead and you need help with your process of recurriculation, please, my extension is 3037. That is what I do. And we would happily assist with you keeping this process collaborative and keeping the momentum going so that you don't feel isolated, because that is the problem with curriculum. If you do it in isolation or in a vacuum, it becomes, what's the word I'm looking for? Lonely, I think, a pain. Fair enough. But yes, I think that's all from me. Anything you'd like to add before? No, flight, my stewardess up. Go.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We're moving on to our last presentation of the session. Let me just find it while Linda makes her way. So we have Mrs. Linda Jackson coming up to give us a presentation on the CHE new quality assurance frameworks and where in the process higher education stands. Over to you. Thank you.
Hi, afternoon, everybody. The quality assurance framework is not finished yet. So what I am going to talk about are the parts that possibly will not change. but it has been a very consultative process. I think I've been involved with it since 2008. No, 2018, sorry. And there are a number of changes. So what I've done going through the book is to bring out the things that relate to curriculum renewal. So you're not getting the full Monty, you're just going to get the bits that you can take home with you. Okay, so first of all, what is the QA? What is the QAF? So it's the quality assurance framework. It has been developed together with the CHE and the HEQC. So what is interesting in this exercise was that the CHE, HEQC, and DHET have realized that they operate in silos. And so they are working towards one point where institutions will send information, whether it's about quality, whether it's about curriculum, whether it's about program approval. It will go to one point and be accessible to the HEQC, SAQA, DHET, and CHE. So that is a step in the right direction. So we won't be sending the same information to different places. It's a new model and approach, and it is supposedly to improve and strengthen the quality of higher education provisioning. How are they doing this? So the focus, from what I can see reading through the document, is very much on learning and teaching. So those of you that have been in higher education for a while will remember that the second institutional audit was on learning and teaching and the student experience project. It was enhancement of quality and it was directed at students. So they're carrying that theme through. And interestingly, I was at a workshop where they gave us a workshop on how to engage students. And they made a very particular differentiation between involvement and engagement. And you can involve students without engaging them. So they see a very clear distinction between that. And they are encouraging students to be engaged in all aspects. They are requiring that students be trained to become quality assurance evaluators. They want students on quality panels. They want students to help with developing curriculum. But this obviously all will require time and training because they can't just jump in. And then why was the QAF required? So their bottom line is that institutions need to be more responsive to deliberately produce graduates with graduate attributes, Mr. GA, that enable them to function effectively in a changing society and a world of work. So they are foregrounding quality and quality assurance in advancing the national imperatives. And they particularly mention transformation, 4IR as the revolution, and environmental sustainability. So the new QAF is progressive. I have been in the quality unit for a while, and I've never ever experienced the level of collaboration and consultation that has gone into this document. It's a quality assurance initiative, which they feel is coherent, robust, aligned with the promotion of improved and enhanced function of the HEQC. So oftentimes we think of the CHE, Council on Higher Education, and we forget that the Higher Education Quality Committee sits under the CHE. So these are actually now, it's being encouraged in the information that we're receiving that they work together. Interesting for me is that the recognition of all higher education institutions as autonomous with a unique identity, history, and context, and each higher education institution is expected to take ownership of their quality development, their quality assurance, their quality improvement, and their quality enhancement. So those of you that may have been involved in the CHE institutional audit last year, the one difference for me that came out quite strongly is they are looking at each HEI, each university, in its own context. Where are you situated in the country? What kind of a university are you? What students do you have? So there's no longer going to be any competition or ranking or any sort of levels. It's going to be, who are you? What do you say you are in your vision and your mission, your strategic priorities? And they are proposing to work more directly with universities to improve that. So the CHE's EQA function, and they have always been the external quality assurers that will function to consider the quality management of each university as the unit of analysis, considering effectiveness of institutional internal quality assurance systems with learning and teaching as the primary lens. So they will only come, okay, so they've said every university is responsible for their own internal quality assurance systems. And they're calling it quality management because in the next bullet, institutions assume greater accountability and responsibility for a revitalized integrated quality management system to champion quality throughout the multiple levels of an institution, academic, professional, and support services. So I am very aware of that there are many people that don't know that there is a quality unit. They, particularly in the professional services, they have not ever been visited by anyone in the quality unit. And obviously the support service staff have never been reviewed. So it's interesting that the CHE in this new QAF are actually saying that the quality of a university is all of those aspects. It's not just filling out the student feedback questionnaire at the end of a module. It's much bigger than that. And they are hoping that this new approach is reflexive, generative, to support the development of continuous improvement of the internal quality assurance processes of an institution. They have given an incentive. I like to think of it as like the carrot or the stick. So they are incentivizing institutions to develop effective IQA systems by showing systematic improvement, providing support. So they're not just going to leave us, they're going to support us from the HEQC, and acknowledging those universities with robust systems that flourish. So that is a bit of a, it's almost like a little hidden. So there is an incentive, but there are conditions as to whether you will actually be given the accountability to monitor your own processes. So the accountability will be closely monitored by the CHE through standards and guidelines that have been under discussion and development, either as codes of practice or communities of practice. They vacillate between which one they're referring to. And there has been very wide consultation. So the standards, and of course, you can imagine that generated a lot of discussion. The standards workshop is only going to be in September. So they are still coming together with how are they going to provide standards and guidelines across all the different disciplines. Their function or their main focus for an internal quality assurance system is it's student-centered. So very much focused on learning and teaching. But as I said, not just the student feedback questionnaires that you get at the end of a module, it is deeper and broader. So they are looking at what are our ways that we are facilitating learning and assessment. So those two go together because assessment is normally an indication of learning. And you cannot say you've learned something until you can demonstrate that you have. So the learning and the assessment go together. They've also brought in curriculum design and pedagogy, and that relates back to the national imperatives of preparing graduates for 4IR and for transformation of not demographically, but to also transform the curriculum to be more relevant, whichever discipline you're in. Very strongly focused on learning experiences. They talk about student support. Is there adequate student support? And is the student support what the students are needing? And interestingly, not only undergraduate, but also postgraduate support. And I'm not sure how many of you were involved in the CHE doctoral review. It's almost like with this new QAF, they're bringing all their threads together into one policy. They are also, the learning experience must not just be knowledge and discipline. So they're looking at the support that an institution provides on a personal level, social level, and a professional level development. So it's easy in a program that is a professional program where you are going to exit and you are a radiographer. What are you if you have done a general BSc or a general BA, but also need to exit the system with a professional identity? And then the graduate attributes and employability that MZ mentioned. Very important that they highlight staff development. So although the focus is on learning and teaching, they acknowledge that if staff are not supported by the institutions, then they cannot support the student. So it's sort of like arrows going through, and I thought that was very good, because often we look at student support as something that's done to the student, whereas they are looking at learning and teaching support that equips the lecturer to support the student to develop. So there's an equal emphasis on staff development. They're also looking, because it's come up in discussions, where the three core functions of higher education are teaching and learning, research, and community engagement. And lecturers are saying we cannot do all three. It's impossible. We just can't meet those targets. So they are looking at, and it might come up in the standards that they present in September, that they are looking to incorporate all of that in the academic project and not make them standalone sections. Okay, then how do you get to be self-accrediting? So if institutions can demonstrate a fully functional, rigorous, and trustworthy internal QA system, then the CHE will require minimum involvement, and it can possibly lead to self-accreditation. This will obviously take time, and it will need to be something where we are constantly, if we see gaps or we see weaknesses, that we are working on improvement. If that self-accreditation is granted, the QAF will accredit qualifications and leave internal approval of programs developed within a qualification to the higher education institutions. So that's like a very big carrot. So, but you will need to demonstrate that you have a fully functional, rigorous, and trustworthy internal QA system. Institutions unable to remedy weaknesses. So they are still going to be visiting. They are going to be visiting the university in its context and in its situated within wherever you are, whatever courses you offer, your student profile, your staff profile. And if there are weaknesses identified, you will be given a report and you will be given a time frame by which those weaknesses need to be identified. And then they will come back. And obviously, with the 26 institutions around the country, they are not managing to monitor. So, is that me? But they're going to leave higher education institutions to work on themselves and their processes and try and demonstrate improvement. So it doesn't mean you go from 0 to 100. It'll be a gradual thing. But if they can see that the university is committed to working towards improvement in staff development, student development, maintaining facilities, so across all levels of the institution. But if the institution's unable to remedy weaknesses identified by the CHE during an external quality audit within a specified time frame, they will be compelled to apply more stringent measures to protect against poor quality educational provision. And they focus there on the student experience and the graduate that we produce. Interesting that they are in the process of developing an integrated QA dashboard, and all of our audit reports will go on the dashboard. So questions were asked, could we have access to the dashboard? No. So they are going to be recording us on the dashboard and monitoring how we improve. So yeah, and because of the dashboard, the HEQC will have access to the dashboard, the CHE will have access to the dashboard, DHET will have access to the dashboard, SAPWA will have access to the dashboard. And so it seems to be, when this is up and running, it's still in development, that we will reduce having to duplicate information for the different sections, and we will be on record. So one of the interesting questions in the workshop was, so our institutional audit that we've just had, will that be on the dashboard? And very kindly they said, no, it's going to start from 2024. I can't think who the person was who asked. But why I've put a red star on that bullet point is because I can see that the CHE are going to be operating exactly as a professional body does. The professional body doesn't leave and say, these are 5 weaknesses, please fix them. They come back. And if in those 5 weaknesses, there are 2 very critical, and I'm meaning incredibly critical, like on life support critical, if they are there, we don't come back after 4 years, we come back after 2. So where the issues and the weaknesses are paramount and are going to influence the learning and teaching project, they are going to be monitoring. So that was, it's always worried me that a professional program gets more financial budget and becomes more pressing with weaknesses that are identified than someone who doesn't have a professional program. And I've always thought the students are the students, they pay, they should actually be able to get the same level. So thank you.
So welcome back, colleagues. Good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to, is this our final session? I think we're in our final session of the day, and our first speaker of the session, which is titled The Voice, no, Wrong one. Digitization in the future of work. It has been a day. My English is leaving me, my eyesight is leaving. Everything is leaving. But please welcome with me Professor Wesley Rosslyn Smith, who is joining us all the way from UP. Please.
Thank you. Evening, everyone, or afternoon, not evening yet. Feels like it. It's been a long day. And it's been a taxing day. I mean, this hasn't been easy presentations. So fantastic to be here. I will be brief and leave as much time as possible for questions, because I feel like there's still so much to actually debate and talk about. I'll be talking about the future of work, or just a glimpse into it. It's obviously a topic that affects all of us, and we all have something to contribute to the topic. But I think overall, from what I've seen over the last couple of hours during the session, there's no doubt that this symposium is on the right track from a future work perspective. It is on the money. I think the only thing that maybe needs to be emphasized a little bit more is the pace at which we need to adapt. And I will try get that across a little bit more today, but I think it goes without being said. But at least it gives me something to talk about. Okay, so just just bear me in mind. So future work is supposed to, we run the Center for the Future of Work at UP. And essentially what our task is to do is to give an informed perspective on what organizations need to know about how work could shift going into the future, and how workforces and workplaces can prepare for those changes, big or small. More specifically in an African context, I think it's been reiterated over and over that, relevance of our curriculum is critical, and also the work around the future of work, the research around the future of work also needs to be curated for our specific circumstances. And that's very much what the center is focusing on. We're a relatively new center. We were only put together last year. Since then, we have commissioned numerous studies in various sectors. Hopefully, those results start to come forth in the next few months, which gives us a glimpse in terms of whether we're going to be facing similar challenges to the rest of the world, or we're going to be facing a bit different ones. However, let me give you a little bit of glimpse of what everyone is trying to face going forward. So we do know that the pandemic pulled the future forward. Okay, it accelerated a lot of digital initiatives, and in it also the need for digital skills across various sectors. So, but just to contextualize that a little bit more, we deal with a very different situation when it comes to the future of work, in that if you look at this graph over here, it gives you an outline of our unemployment, our official unemployment rate in comparison to that of Italy, Brazil, and Turkey. So just 3 other countries I thought I'd present to you there. We have some elements that are common with all of them in different ways, but we are going in the opposite direction there. We're dealing with a high unemployment rate, and as a result, one needs to keep in mind that when it comes to the future of work, we can talk about this topic as much as we want, but that's only going to exacerbate the existing problems if we don't get that, if we don't get that group of people into the workplace. So the existing problems in terms of unemployment still remain our forefront out of our concerns. If we don't deal with that fast enough, future work is only going to exacerbate it further. And that is the biggest worry from our perspective, from a census perspective. So dealing with this topic, we deal with the double-edged sword of global trends. So on one hand, we have massive amounts of potential as a continent. In fact, Africa is home to the world's youngest and fastest growing population. Our population is expected to nearly double to 2.5 billion by 2050, meaning that the most valuable resource in the world, being human capital, we have we're sitting with the bulk of it going forward. And that's either going to be taken from us in terms of used by other countries, or we can harness that resource ourselves if we plan accordingly. So this double-edged sword, on one hand, we have all these opportunities the future of work presents. It's the expansion of digital jobs and opportunities and new fields that we can take advantage of. However, this is contingent on the availability and necessary infrastructure, the reliability of things like the internet, but also more importantly, that of digital literacy skills and all the competencies that you've mentioned here today. The thing is that when we talk about these competencies, and a lot of these, and I have a slide on the latest thinking that companies really are demanding from the workforce of today and going forward, but they're nothing new. Problem solving skills, critical thinking skills. This is nothing new. We've been trying to drum this into our curriculum for ages. Why is it still rearing its head? Why is it still being discussed at curriculum transformation symposiums like this and all around? I mean, this is the hot topic of conversation right around the world right now. Why aren't we actually seeing it? Why is it not there if we've been speaking about it for the last 20 years? Okay, and I think it really comes down to the implementation of this and bringing to the forefront, these, how are we actually embedding these competencies in our curriculum? Mr. Swanepoel spoke about his mapping of the competencies on, I think, what's the program called? Course G. Fantastic. I think if I had to go about things, I would make all our modules competency-led rather than subject-led. In other words, let's stop looking at the content, but let's rather look at the competencies we're teaching and ensure that those are delivered rather than the subject that's being delivered. Because that's a more future-proof way of delivering certain content going forward. It's more future-proof in that sense. We have to, and I believe that that's probably one of the reasons why, when it comes to a lot of these competencies, why we're not seeing much evidence in a lot of programs and a lot of education, higher education programs, or actually basic education as well, is because we keep putting subject content matter forefront of those discussions. So we need a radical shift on this in terms of how we're going to deliver. Okay, forefront of everyone's concerns when it comes to future of work is job displacement. Yes, we're going to see massive job displacement going forward. In the next 5 years, 83 million jobs are going to be projected to be lost, of which 69 million are projected to be created, constituting to a structural labor market churn rate of about 152 million jobs. This constitutes to a reduction in employment of only 14 million jobs, or per se 2%. Okay. The big question on our minds right here should be, are those jobs going to be materializing on this continent? Are they going to be materializing off the continent? So let's build this into a more local context. Let's take something like mining. We know mining is becoming more automated, and as a result, it's going to be more robotics. We're going to use more data. We're going to be more efficient at mining. But who is going to be developing those sort of analytical models? Who's going to be building those robots that are going underground and do the drilling? Is it going to be South Africans? Okay, so really that job displacement, where is it going to be taking place and can we preempt it? To a large extent we can. The discussions that we're having here are centered around that. But once again, it's the implementation that's really going to hold us back. In terms of technology adoption across companies, this is a global study from World Economic Forum. These are the various types of technologies companies are going to be deploying over the next couple of years between 2023 and 2027. You can see there right at the front is digital platforms and apps. So about 85% of companies will deploy some form of digital platform or app going forward. Second to that is education and workforce development. So we're going to see so over 80% of companies are going to be deploying education and workforce development internally in the company themselves. While education itself doesn't stand a huge threat of being removed from, be a threat by AI and automation, it's still extremely valuable to us going forward. We're going to face a huge amount of competition. Companies are going to take it on their own accord. It's going to form part of their competitive advantage to develop these skills Because if they're able to develop it before their competitors do, they're going to have a competitive advantage over them. So either we come to the party and adapt our systems faster so that we're still relevant in this context, or companies are going to do it themselves. And the privatization of higher education, as we've seen, is taking place. So what we can do when it comes to job placements, we can preempt this. Good example here, we can take someone like a cashier and transfer them to a customer service representative. In fact, the transition is actually not that far from each other. A cashier has 70% of the skills match with a customer service representative. Okay, so they only have to acquire just a few more skills and they can actually play this role. And we can transition them from one to the other. And the one is a far more valued skill going forward than the other, and more future-proof. Another example here is a delivery driver. Okay, we can transfer a delivery driver to a supply chain associate. There is a 57% skills match between these two roles. Okay, one, if you look at LinkedIn's, this is from LinkedIn. If you look at, there's a decline in terms of delivery drivers demand going forward. However, there's an increase in demand in terms of supply chain associates. However, let's bring it back to home. We have an informality challenge here. Okay, if we look at percentage of youth not in education, employment and training, we can see here that our percentage, once again, above these other countries is way off, and it's increasing, not decreasing, which is a problem. We have to find ways to upskill the informal sector. If we don't, it's going to lead to greater problems for us as a society. This is common knowledge, but it's going to be exacerbated by the rate of change that which we are facing right now, and it's only going to increase going forward. So we need to, for example, education cannot just look at, those graduates emerging from matric, higher education. We need to also consider the reskilling of the workforce, as well as those that are not coming through those sectors. And I think if we look at a competency-based education, that does solve a lot of those issues. It can help us. But also the fields of entrepreneurship are critical. I think a lot of the areas that need development require entrepreneurs, especially in a South African context. Okay, in terms of skills, like I mentioned, you are completely on track with regards to skills and competencies. That everything that's been discussed today is just, I'm going to regurgitate it right up here. In terms of upskilling priorities, companies look at the following in terms of priorities going forward over the next few years. They see analytical thinking at the foremost, then after creative thinking, AI and big data, leadership and social influence, resilience, flexibility, and agility. And that slowly pulls itself down. So these are the sort of areas, we need to be showing more, our students have to show more competency in. But developing it is not easy. And those who can get it right are going to be the ones where students are going to want to go study at. Okay. Interesting thing though, I pulled this from the latest World Economic Jobs report, and they've worked with Coursera on a bit of data, and they looked at whether there is a need, if you had difference between graduates and non-graduates in terms of skills adoption. And you can see here by the graph here in these various areas, there was actually very little difference between graduates adopting these skills versus non-graduates. Just some food for thought, I guess. Yeah, and that's all I wanted to discuss.
We have now our final speaker of the session, Mr. Jonathan Estevez, who will be speaking online. Okay, I will allow, you can go ahead and share your screen from your side. Thank you.
right. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me or not?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Thanks so much. All right, just gonna paste this quickly. Cool. Okay, so welcome everyone. Thank you very much for sticking through and making it to my session. I'm sure you've had a very long day, so I'm going to try my best to keep this as small or as compact as possible and deliver the key kind of punchy points. Very interesting presentation from Prof. Rosalind Smith, I believe. Yes, and I'm actually leading on from similar kind of concepts, but focused in a bit of a slightly different direction here. All right, so today what I'm going to be discussing is computational thinking, instruction and learning. This is a topic that I feel quite passionate about, and so does my company. And we've been traveling the whole of South Africa, visiting various institutions with or without licenses of the tools that we sell, to try and help raise awareness around the importance of computational thinking and trying to help accelerate that process, because it is something that we need to do at a much faster rate than what we currently are. Right, so what I'm going to start off with is just a brief overview. So what I'll be covering here is who are MathWorks and who is Optimum Solutions. What is computational thinking? Why is computational thinking employment specifically important, specifically focusing on what employers are looking for, as well as the 3 skills for jobs of the future. We'll look at computational thinking and the role of academic institutions, and then we'll dive into how Optimum Solutions, the company I work for, can support you in this transition, as well as dive into some of the access that you have through your existing campus-wide or open access license. Right, so a brief introduction to the company that develops the software that I'm speaking about. MathWorks is an American company with its headquarters in Natick, Massachusetts, USA. And you'll see on the world map there that they have 32 offices worldwide, but none of them are in Africa. And so for those regions, what they do is they have distributor offices, or Optimum Solutions in our case, which deals with the SADC region. So any countries within that region then are filtered through our organization. Important points that I want to bring up about MathWorks, that, just good things to know about. Besides the extensive user base and several staff that we can lean on for support from a variety of backgrounds, the company is still privately held, which means that there's a long-term focus on customer success rather than driving profits, which end up in dividends for stakeholders. So a key differentiator between MathWorks and other big tech companies at the moment. All right, so that's MathWorks. Now for the distributor office, or the authorized reseller, this is the company I work for. It's called Optimum Solutions. We were founded back in '92 from a small office at Wits. The founders wanted to use this linear algebra software that they had just found out about for their research. And so they procured it for their own research. And before they knew it, other researchers were asking for the software, and they became the authorized distributor in the region. Around 2016, a business decision was made to change the company up and have a consulting pillar or focus of the business. And so what this has enabled us to do, besides supplying licenses for and supporting the academic and commercial spaces, it's allowed us into some of the projects that are being worked on within industry. And because we're the sole authorized reseller in the region, it means that anyone who requires this comes to us, which means that we have quite a good network and variety of problems, variety of backgrounds that we deal with, right? The business is focused in 5 key areas, and those are stipulated on the top right-hand corner of the slide. So we cover advanced business analytics, financial engineering solutions, smart mining and manufacturing, digital engineering, and the focus area that I'm from is research, teaching, and learning. Within this focus area, one of my team members is Londi, and Londi is the person that you should contact for any sales or licensing related things. But the rest of this presentation, as coming from me, is more of a technical focus. I don't speak about the licensing, the sales part, the focus for me is how can I help my clients get up and running with the tools and help them get to their goal as quick as possible, right? Out of interest, I've included on the slide just some of the logos of the institutions in our region that have the exact same license that you have at your university. All right, so that deals with all of the introductions, just who we are, how we're positioned, the fact that we are not just focused on the commercial space, we have feet in the academic and the commercial space. And one of our key focuses as a business is to try and close this gap between industry and academia, trying from both ends. So in businesses, we offer a lot of training solutions to upskill their staff and to also help them understand what skills students are coming with from universities. And then we assist universities with supporting the skills development that is required for employment as those students move out into the working world, right? So that's focus on what I kind of head, this computational thinking focus and driving, closing that gap between industry and academia. What I'm going to get into next is the definition of what computational thinking is and why it's important. And I know this, it's probably a lot of information to take in, so take bits and pieces as you can and feel free to ask me questions at the end. But essentially, computational thinking is defined as the ability to apply traditional programming techniques to solve mathematical, scientific, and engineering problems, leveraging a programming language or application software. The thinker formulates and captures their ideas in a reusable and maintainable form for a computer to produce the solutions. Right. Now, the skill can actually be broken down into 4 key components, and those are the 4 listed in the middle of the slide. They are decomposition, pattern recognition, abstraction, and algorithms. Now, as our previous colleague mentioned, a lot of these things are already being covered, or at least people are making efforts to cover the skills development in the first 3 aspects for many, many years. All right, this is something that people have been doing for a long time. Anyone who studied engineering or science knows that this is kind of the basic approach to building a student, a resilient student that ends up going out into the working world. So I'll cover them at a very high level. Decomposition would be breaking down a larger problem into smaller, more bite-sized pieces that can be solved individually. Pattern recognition would be focusing on seeing similarities between the problems that you're currently solving and problems that have already been solved, so that you can leverage existing knowledge instead of recreating that wheel on your own. Abstraction, which I think is potentially one of the more difficult ones to teach, is being able to help a student understand what is the important or relevant information in the masses of information that is thrown at them. How do they sift through things and identify the key factors that are going to influence their solution or the problem that they're facing, and work from there, right? And then the last one, which is I guess what I'm pushing the most in the session is algorithms. So being able to design simple and scalable methods that can help them solve problems, whether it be in a series, small problems, or even much larger, more complex problems. The algorithm side is the part that I'm encouraging today. Right. So I want you to keep these 4 things in mind. They're decomposition, pattern recognition, abstraction, and algorithms. And we're going to see how that comes up in a little bit when I start talking about graduate employability and what businesses are looking for. All right. So we're going to dive into that now. Why exactly is computational thinking important? I'd like us to interact a little bit here, if possible. If not, we'll roll with it and do what we do. But essentially, I'm going to show you various articles, and I'd like you to think about where those 4 skills that I've mentioned under computational thinking might fit within this, or try think about what is the profile that a student should fit in order to satisfy these constraints that we're going to be covering in the next couple of slides. All right, so I'm going to start with a timeline, and the timeline starts off in 2020. Right, so in October of 2020, the World Economic Forum released an article that spoke about the top 10 skills required for tomorrow and how long it's going to take to learn them. And essentially, it was showing what kinds of skills are going to be required for employment in 2025. Okay, so think of yourself as a student looking at this, reading this, and trying to understand, okay, what are the key things I need to focus on? I like to always consider the 4 categories that they have towards the middle bottom of the slide. I know it's maybe a little bit small for you, so I'm going to read them out. The blue dots are all problem solving related. The green ones are self-management related. The yellow, orangey, gold ones are working with people. And the purple one is technology use and development. And it's no surprise to us that out of these top 10 skills, the first 4 of them are related to problem solving. We're still very driven by problem solving type of engagements. There's a lot of things we don't understand, and we need people who can think critically and apply themselves, you know, whether it ranges from analytical thinking and innovation to complex problem solving, critical thinking and analysis, creativity, originality, and initiative. All of these make up what we see as problem solving, right? But okay, so this was in 2020. And we're going to let you just store that for the moment. And I'm going to jump up now to 2022, where an article was released focused on the workplace, showing what are the skills that are required for the workplace and where businesses are focusing their efforts. So this article was based on data that had been collected from LinkedIn. And it was found in 2022 that 25% of the existing skills needed to 25% of the existing skills in 2022 had become redundant. All right, so those were skills that people couldn't use within the workplace anymore. They were required to upskill now or reskill. And it's expected, following that same projection, that by 2027, 50% of the workforce or the skills within the workforce are going to require to be changed. All right, so upskilling and reskilling is going to be a very important part of our graduates' lives once they get out into the working world. All right, what I want you to actually take notice of in this particular article is the year 2027. And we're just going to compare it to another article from 2023 in a little bit. All right. Okay, so we've seen what kind of skills students were told they need to have in order to be employable by 2025. In 2022, we're seeing that businesses are feeling the pressure of having to reskill or upskill the skills that people have are not relevant to the problems they want to solve. And so it's no surprise that this year, and in line with the comments from our previous colleague, that businesses are starting to wonder if university or work-life experience matters more. Do college degrees matter? Do university degrees matter? I'm going to go over a bit of a focus of this article, and then I'll give you my opinion on this. But essentially, this article covered, you know, businesses and organizations need to become creators of talent and focus less on university degrees. And there were 3 definitive but non-exclusive steps that organizations could take to become creators of talent. And that is hiring for learnability, promoting based on what you can do and not what you have done, and having regular career conversations with their employees, right? Now, from this article, we see a clear shift in focus from hiring talent with existing experience to talent that can learn as they go along, which to me reiterates why universities will always play a vital role in society. University is where you learn, how to sift through things and determine what are the things that are actually important, what are the things I can rely on here and move forward to solve my problems with. So no surprise there, but it's nice to see that the working world is now focused on hiring for learnability. That's where they're being told to focus. We're seeing from the second point that the reward system is evolution focused. All right, so it's checking or it's rewarding people for how they can adapt to solve the problems that are still yet to come, things that they haven't done before, leaning again on that learnability. And then lastly, organizations should help talent plan their career trajectories. And this can help them be in the know, but it also provides a realistic view of what their staff seek, which is often more than just financial remuneration. Okay. So while I don't agree with everything in this article, I can understand the frustration that businesses are going through when it comes to hiring talent and finding out that those people that cost a lot of money are not coming in with the skills that are required for the projects that the businesses want to focus on. Okay, so there's a bit of a frustration that's being built up there, and they know that the change within the academic environment is generally quite a slow one. And if they're wanting to see results, they're going to have to upskill the staff. They're going to have to upskill the staff themselves. Right. So I just wanted to plant that seed here for now, for you to see that this is kind of where businesses are focused. And our previous colleagues' data showed the exact same trend. I think it was actually from the same source, so no surprise there. Right. But from the World Economic Forum, an article was released just last month, and this article focused on data which was specifically collected from South African organizations, and it covers the reskilling focus of these organizations for the coming year. And you can see them listed on the bottom right-hand side over here. There are two areas that it's covering, and you'll see there's a dark blue block and a light blue one. The dark blue one says skills, knowledge, and abilities, and the lighter blue one is attitudes. And the little arrow which is underneath is the global average. And so if we focus on the skills specifically, we see that analytical thinking, creative thinking, and technological literacy are the three skills or are the skills that businesses are focusing on the most within our region, with analytical thinking and technological literacy being higher than the global average. So a clear need within our region for these particular skills. And it shows that there is a gap, right? There's a gap that needs filling. And while businesses are going to try fill that gap, universities and institutions need to jump on board and help assist students that are moving out into that space to have those skills. Okay. So a lot of information I've thrown at you. And, you know, while this is all great, what is the way forward? And very nicely, the World Economic Forum released an article earlier this year on Education 4.0, which focuses on 3 key skills that students need for the jobs of the future. They are classified as problem solving, collaboration, and adaptability. And I'm going to go through each one of those quickly and just give some quick comments there. Right, so adaptability. This skill is strengthened by training a student to be language agnostic. So what I mean by that is not focused on using a particular kind of software or software language, but rather the ability to use software languages and be able to learn how to write the correct syntaxes of the various languages and programs that they might interact with throughout their lives. Right. But we do note that a lot of the adaptability skills are probably more on the soft skill side. And so we can try build these kinds of skills within group work environments, but a lot of this is going to come down to the students learning this on their own and at their own paces, right? And an important point I want to mention about adaptability in particular, we see a lot of new technology coming through, things like ChatGPT and other AI platforms that are offering our students ways to accelerate their workflows, but in a very blind way, all right? Now, for us, what we're seeing this as, these AI tools are just going to be tools, as they have been defined as, right? So we could potentially move to an era where using something like ChatGPT becomes the norm and people use it regularly in order to develop their code, develop their solutions, and so on. But then the question comes up as to, where is the value that the human then brings to the plate? If you can get a computer to code for us, if you can get a computer to do the task that we would normally do, where is the value that the person brings, the human resource? And the key here is that the student has to have the domain knowledge, the domain understanding. It's important that they understand at their core what exactly the domain is that they're working in, whether they come from physics, chemistry, biology, engineering, whatever the field is. What domain knowledge do they have that they can apply within the working environment, even if they aren't required to write things like code? I think we're going to move to a space where people are going to become very good at prompting these kinds of AI engines. And what that's going to mean is they're going to become very good at prompting, but they're also going to have to become very good at bug checking and code checking, trying to identify if the code that they were supplied with or if the answer they were supplied with is actually the correct solution. We know that AI isn't correct 100% of the time. And when we rely on this technology for our livelihoods and to support others in medical conditions or in mining and so on, how reliable is this technology? And the truth is it's only going to be as reliable as the person who is operating it, requesting support from it, and who is checking the answers that are coming from it. So just something I wanted to leave you with there. But here we're talking about adaptability. So the ability to change as things change and to not be thrown off by that. Okay. The second one that I want to cover here, and I see a hand up. I don't know if we want to take the questions now, if we should take them at the end.
It's not for a question, but to sensitize you that you can maybe take 2 more minutes to wrap up for us, please.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best here.
Okay.
All right, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next
you.
one. The next one is collaboration, and a key one here, I will share the notes with you, so don't worry about that, but is influential with and influenced by good data. So we're seeing that data-driven collaboration is key to the future success of the workforce. But again, here, a lot of the skills are focused on the soft skills side of things, not necessarily the skills that we can develop at institutions like yours, right? And the third one, which is the one that I think fits the easiest, is problem solving. And this is one that we understand quite well. We know that this is something that we've been trying to introduce for many years. But what we're seeing as a trend, both locally and globally, is the need for things like AI plus X, where X is an existing topic or an existing workflow. So what I mean by that is, say, AI applied in signal processing, AI applied within physics. How do you apply these concepts, these computational thinking type of applications, but within another domain, right? And there's a massive increase in a need for that kind of knowledge. And we're seeing that articles like this one from Stanford University, from the Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence Report, has South Africa listed as the 6th highest AI hiring index globally. Right? That means that we're looking for graduates with AI skills a lot more than a lot of the other countries around us. And globally, we're ranked 6th in that regard. So just something to bear in mind. And I'm going to quickly move on here. There are 3 more slides, and I'll ask you to please bear with me. But essentially, what is the role of academic institutions? So we're encouraging institutions to become agile in their approach. So continuously evolving technology means continuous disruption. It's important that you continue to remain agile. Ensure that students and staff have the best possible chance of succeeding in their endeavors. So things like staff upskilling. Sometimes the staff don't have the skills that are required in order to equip the students that are going out into the working world. And so we can help you focus on things like staff upskilling. Providing tools to ease workflow burden and enable domain-centric focus. Instead of focusing on how to teach students how to program, the focus should be is how to apply software within your domain, within your subjects, so that they can focus on that domain and build that domain knowledge, which is going to be so valuable in the future. And then lastly, enabling independent upskilling with incentives that drive a culture of continuous learning. Students will never be able to stop learning, especially if they want to become, if they want to remain relevant within the workplace. So it's important that they know that how to learn on their own and how to equip themselves as they move forward. One of the strategies that we think can be applied at universities, and this is what I've been taking forth, is if we look at how mathematics is taught within an institution, we see that there's some subjects that are core math focused. So things like calculus or linear algebra, differential equations. But the mathematics that's learned in those core math courses is then applied in other topics or other subjects like general chemistry, digital systems, and so on, right? Now, following this approach has allowed our students to leave the university or leave a program with a fairly high cumulative mathematics proficiency, right? They've been equipped to understand and apply this knowledge, and they have it going into their future. But for some reason, when it came to programming or computational thinking, we believed that this kind of approach would be sufficient. And it hasn't worked, and it's no surprise that it hasn't worked, but maybe we haven't looked at it in this way. And so our focus is to try and help universities incorporate programming in every subject where possible, even if it's 1 or 2 labs, 1 or 2 tutorials, whatever it is. Let us help you incorporate those aspects so that we can build a generation of students that has a much higher cumulative computational proficiency, which enables them when they get into the working world. And the way that we can help you do that, this is all included. There's no surprise here. There's not going to be a bill at the end. Because you've paid for this special license at your university, you have access to us. And you have access to things like online training, which is self-paced. You have MATLAB Grader, which can help you automatically mark your assignments that you give your students and provide instant feedback. There's various MathWorks courseware, which is completely for free and available for you to leverage, and we can help you use that and adjust it to your needs. We can deliver seminars and workshops, as well as support you in curriculum and research integrations. And then lastly, from the MathWorks side, the documentation is extensive and beautiful. If any of you have ever interacted with it, you'll know that it's very thorough and easy to use. And if that doesn't work for you, then the tech support line is always available to assist you. And there are humans at the end of that can then help you through whatever problem you're facing, right? So this is the offering. You've already paid for it. We are available to you, but we've been struggling to communicate with individuals within the institution to help them adopt this way of thinking and to integrate the things that they already have available to them. So please reach out to us. Let us support you. And as a last slide, which I'll leave here, this is the full offering that you have with the license at your institution. Your institution has had this license for several years, and chances are a lot of you are not aware of it. And we want to change the way that you interact with this license because there is so much. There really is so much that we can do with it. Globally, MathWorks says that a university acquires the same license as this, a campus-wide license, every 1.5 days, right? So globally, there's a massive uptake of this. It's helping lower that barrier to entry. And to top it off, 90% of the top 300 universities globally have the same license that your university has. The conversations that I'm having with you, or the conversation I'm having with you today, this took place in the USA and Europe around 2018. So we're a little bit behind. And because this technology accelerates development, we're quite a lot behind, which emphasizes my previous colleague's comment around needing to act now. So please reach out to us if you want support. You know, I can deliver a different seminar that covers a lot more information, but this is the crux of it, and I hope that you found this to be valuable. I'll be open to any questions now, if you have any. What I'll do in the meantime, if you would like to gain access to this is the portal page for your university, and I'm going to send a link in the chat now as well with our contact details.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much to the panel of colleagues who are just with us. Riveting discussion. My dean is there talking. I'm thinking about all the ideas that we've put in our strategic document, and I'm thinking, how do we balance this with protecting and promoting? And on the other side, we're saying this is not fit. So I think as a faculty and Prof. Zeni, your work will be cut out for you in this recurriculation process as to where do we strike those balances and where we give and take. Our final closing remarks will be offered by the Dean, who will come up now. And then it's been wonderful coordinating colleagues, and have a lovely afternoon and see you tomorrow morning. Dean, over to you.